Well, hello there, folks, and welcome to the Silver Gauntlets. Welcome to our very first race this Multiworld season that we get to cover. Super glad to be here. So this is the Multiworld tournament. For those of you who might not know, this is a team race, 3 players versus 3 players, and they all share an item pool. I'm Tobias. With me on commentary today is Natheirean. Nath, how are you?
Doing good. Hope you're doing well too.
Can't complain, can't complain. I just need to find myself a runner with clean audio real quick, and that should be Alex Harrold. And then we can send them on their merry way very soon. Alright, so the teams we have today are ACreativeTeamName and the Freaky Friday Fanatics. What do you know about them, Natheirean?
Not too much personally. A lot of them are very good runners that I've seen around in several places, including this tournament and others. So I think this will be a very good race. Expect to see a lot of good logic reading and a lot of good execution on things.
That's what I'm looking forward to as well. Yeah, these teams are pretty damn stacked. We have on team ACreativeTeamName Stuckman, ACreativeUsername, and Theumman. And on team the Freaky Friday Fanatics, we have the Harrold brothers, Alexander and Lee Harrold. So Alexander Harrold and Alpha Mario X, as well as vgfan 100. So, as it usually is in Multiworld, we have a flood of information to start with. So,
Wow, we're actually seeing a start snapped from Harrold, so instant lake hints.
I mean, okay.
Is that a Zora scale or is that a Zora tunic? I think it's that scale in the Goron pot.
I think that was a scale. Ocarina of Time is Nocturne, so for World 2, we already know World 2 gets to do all the dungeons.
Fun for them.
Wonderful. So, dear viewers, if you are not familiar with Multiworld, as you might already notice, I already said this is a team race, 3 versus 3, and we are only seeing 4 runners on stream. That's just because of logistics and the room we have on stream to feature these runners. So what you see here are 2 runners from World 2. Both Stuckman and Alexander Harrold are running in their respective teams World 2. Shadow Temple on the path to Tower for ACU. And ACU, a creative username, in World 3 of Team ACreativeTeamName, and vgfan 100 in World 1. This will be information overload for the first 20 seconds or 20 minutes, so we will try to bring you as much of that information as possible.
Okay. I guess quickly, since we saw a Path to Tower, settings for this race, I'm not sure there's a command for it, but the main one we have is there's 2 trials for Ganon's Tower, which is why we're seeing a Path to Tower. It's usually going to hit light arrows. It doesn't have to hit light arrows. It could hit something that will be needed for a trial. And we also have Cow Sanity on, so once we see opponent song, we'll start seeing things in Lon Lon picking up, as you will literally double the number of checks there. And they have turned off scrubs and shops, so a lot of the early game is actually turned off that's in Multiworld, so it should be a pretty linear start for most of these runners. I think that's most of the settings. I'm not sure if I missed anything.
I think, yeah, we have 2 trials is the big one, obviously. We have...
we also have bomb chew bags as well. That's the other one I missed.
Ooh, you're right.
So main thing with bomb chew bags, for people who aren't aware, so basically instead of finding chews in small chests, they'll be in big chests. It'll give you a bag that's refillable, and the main one it will change is that bomb chew bowling now requires a bomb chew bag to do instead of a bomb bag.
Yep. So that means that bomb bag is marginally less useful. Obviously, still one of the best items you can find. But bomb shoes are now equally as viable because they don't just they're now a replenishable resource. Bottom of the well on the path to Bongo for ACU, and that's World 3's own Bongo. We might add, because otherwise it would say to another player's Bongo. It'll tell you either World 1, World 2, or World 3's Bongo.
Yeah, there's a big focus on overworld hints from both teams so far, which makes sense with the with a lot of the checks from like scrubs and shops turned off. A lot of hints are gonna be very direct. I feel like the seed.
Oh, pretty much, yeah. It'll be pretty likely that we are going to see. Oh, I just noticed that the crop of vgfan was a little off. Fixed. Sorry. It's pretty likely that we're seeing pretty direct hints because a bunch of the or a bunch of the checks that would have normally been on and adding spice to the race. Oh, apologies. I'll be right back.
Something big on Dompe for a VG fan. You got a scale. I didn't see who the scale was for, but it was a scale. It's like a scale for World World 2. So I can get our first look at the windmill song for World 1. Getting a sun song. A little unfortunate that we just came from Graveyard, but I'm sure we'll find ourselves back there eventually. Suns also is great for time of day routing. Also have a Hyrule field to player 1's Morpha. So likely a hook shot. Could be irons, but we will have to find out when field is checked. It does make possibly routing in Open Grotto a bit more enticing. This is another bow over here on top of river. Yeah. Logically, this requires well, he has scale, so you could do this as a child, but logically as adult it would take hovers, but because we have a scale, you can get that in logic as a child. Wow, Hyrule Field also player 3's Morpha, so World 2 just has all World 1s and 3's Morpha items.
So basically, World 3 is Hookshot Central?
Yeah. Oh, I'm not sure if you caught both of them. So World 2 has a player 1 path to Morpha and a player 3 path to Morpha, both in field.
Okay, so World 2 is Hookshot Central. Got it.
Yeah. Hookshot or Iron Central, one of the two.
I see.
Honestly, I would not be surprised to see Harrold just book it to Open Grotto. Like, the chances of that actually having an item is not that bad. Although it could also be the cow behind the web in that one grotto.
There's always multiple chances. Or multiple choices here. We won't know until we see it, but... Oh, market path to player 2's something blue.
Does Bongo look like?
Okay. So that is World 1's market is path to player 2's bongo. Player 2's bongo. Interesting.
A water temple past the tower, his own tower.
That is also very much not bad information to have early on.
Yeah, water is a dungeon you can easily put off if you only have like hookshot and irons. There's only four checks out of it, but when you have a path to tower, it's either light arrows or it could be something that could be useful like hammer. Now they do have it is a 6 medallion bridge, so anything that has Path of Tower, just for the weird way that path hints work, anything on Path of Tower cannot be required in the use to get to get the bridge done. So if it was say hammer, it means that like fire is a stone and 80 is not required.
Yeah, because
There's
that
no
hammer would
Kokiri
obviously
sword.
be hard required to get that hammer. Okay, Kokiri sword for
Yeah. Right as you become a child, get a Kokiri sword.
not bad. That's a dungeon access, and for vgfan specifically, that's a beef got a okay Angus and beef. That has to be Alex and Lee, right?
It looks like it because I didn't see the bomb bag on VG's side, so I believe
Mm,
that's their other runner.
I see.
Although it is open Deku in this setting, so you don't
Mm.
need K Sword for the dungeon access, but
Oh,
K Sword's always nice to have.
true. Yeah, always
It
convenient.
is very easy to run out of sticks. It actually happened to me during the qual yesterday.
Oh no.
I was doing Dead Hand, and I only had one stick, and if you don't know when you do Broken Stick with only one stick left, you cannot actually swing your stick. You have to do jump slashes only, which is not easy to do on Dead Hand. Yeah. I did see fire arrows go for someone. Might have been his own, or for Harrold, or if it came from a different world. Looks like. One big thing is different in Multiworld that's not allowed in most other standard settings is that you can use fire arrow entry to get into Shadow Temple without Din's fire. So it's something we could see if they get into a situation where that might feel like a good idea. Because you never know where Din's could be. And it could break a lot of logic.
You could break out of logic, but you could also lock yourself out of dungeon completion.
Yeah, it is a big risk.
Yeah, you can lock yourself out of dungeon completion obviously because that Din's Fire Death Mountain Trail on player 1's path to Morpha. Okay, so that Din's Fire can obviously lock your access to the boss key or to the final key you need for the dungeon. There are 2 checks in the very back of the dungeon behind the spike trap, the burnable spike trap wall, that are only accessible with Din's Fire. The glitch you can use to basically phase through that wall is obviously not legal in Multiworld. Did that just say someone's Ganon's castle is someone else's path to power on Alex Harrold's side?
Ooh, I didn't catch it.
I think it was either Alex Harrold or VGFan that just had a castle is hint to power hint is path to tower location. So for
That is
VGFan, is that?
possible. It could just mean that their lights are in someone else's Ganon's castle.
Yeah, it was someone else's Ganon's castle. I think it was player 2's Ganon's castle, which is then path to player 1's tower, which is slightly cursed. Frogs 1 dead for World 3. At least one of the
Yeah,
frog
Hylian
checks
shield. I
not in.
mean, if you're people who don't have a shield yet, I maybe consider it, but yeah, mostly dead.
Mostly dead, yeah.
Shops are off actually, so you can actually buying a shield is actually very easy in this setting. So maybe not.
Mm.
It's not in a random shop anymore. It's just gonna be in the same 2 shops as usual as in vanilla.
Yeah, because shops are off, and like these 2 teams have chosen to turn off quite a few of the additional checks that normally are enabled in Multiworld, right?
Yeah, so usually you would have shops and scrubs enabled, and that's mostly to give you a lot more Sphere Zero checks, so you have a lot less chance of having early like boss key mode, or not boss key mode, Burger King mode.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and both teams have elected to turn them off, or maybe one team did. I'm not sure what the actual draft looked like, but yeah, a lot less Sphere Zero than you normally would have for multi-world. So it is possible for someone to get stuck pretty early on. Although from what I've seen on items, it's looking pretty good. ACU is kind of dead on items, but there is a lot of checks they still have left. It is still pretty early.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so no scrubs was picked by ACreativeTeamName. The Freaky Friday Fanatics have picked cows and Pathins. So did I see this right? And the Freaky Friday Fanatics also picked no shops. So it was both teams doing
So
that.
mix of both of them. Okay.
Yeah, both made the choice to have very few Sphere 0 checks available to them. That's a choice you can make.
Yeah, it's kind of the fun thing about Multiworld and why I enjoy the tournament as a whole. Like, you can do a lot of wacky or non-wacky things with the tournament, and you can get a lot of fun seeds. Yeah, bomb back on 20 skulls for Harrold there.
Probably want to call him Alex. That's his first name. Harrold is his last name. I just didn't have the room on the layout to write out his full name.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I should recall that, but yeah, I will try to do that from now on.
Lake Hylia
I'm more
on
just
player...
reading the overlay.
Was that player 1's Path to Tower? I think so. Or player 3.
Might have seen that one.
Pyra is right. He's a Herald, not
You're
the
not wrong.
Herald.
Yeah, it is one of the Heralds.
Hmm.
And we're about to get our first dungeon completed on Stuckman's side here. No surprise, early bomb bag, DC, very quick, a lot of checks. The medallion. I do see that the seed blessed Worlds 1 and 3 with a very quick opponent song at least, so that will give them quite a few more Sphere 0 checks.
Give him a bunch of mobility, but I mean, World 2 doesn't have that, and also has the happy news that they get to do all dungeons. So, it's kind of rude.
A little bit.
Okay, so also not a lot of no entrance randomizer in this game.
Not in this one. There is Dungeon ER you can turn on, but it looks like neither team elected to do that.
No, one team elected to specifically ban it even.
Oh.
Yeah, the draft shows that it was ACreativeTeamName who chose to not have to deal with Dungeon ER this seed. I disagree with that choice. Spirit Trial protects Ganon's Tower for World 3. I disagree with that choice because Dungeon ER is personally my favorite setting, but obviously other people will have other preferences.
Yeah, we had that for the qual yesterday, and it was a good one. It's one of my favorite settings, I think. The other one that we don't have, I think mostly because it makes hints very awkward, is like boss entrance rando. I think it's mostly the hint thing that why we don't most tournaments don't use it, but it's also a lot of fun.
The hints make this very awkward, but yeah. Oh, and your team member Pyra obviously.
Oh right, yeah,
reminding
we hate
you
Dungeon ER. Yeah,
not to
you should
give
pick it
you-
against us all the time.
Not to give up any intel.
Yeah, honestly, with the settings this season, I actually like. There's not any settings I really hate. I can honestly not like an intel thing either. Like this is actually like the truth. I actually like every setting.
Honestly, yeah, the admins picked a good crop of settings this time around. Not disagreeing with that.
We have Alex following in Stuckman's shoes with DC here. Wasn't too much in DC from the pickup, but again, it's a medallion, and it's AD anyway, so they need to do it all. We do have ACU working through Deku Tree, which is a stone, but Deku Tree is a lot of Sphere Zero, and they kind of don't have items. looking at least ACU's tracker, basically has gotten nothing this entire seed.
Items are overrated, I guess. ACU
It's kind of the danger with having Sphere Zero turned off is that like you like if Deku has nothing for them, it could just be sitting there for a while.
And it could be a really quick BK mode for ACU in that case, yeah. Oh, there's a hook shot for ACU though. Never mind. Stuck delivering the goods for ACU.
That will at least give them a handful of checks in forest at the very least if they don't get much else. And we are getting Valley on vgfan side, although it looks like just a heart container in the waterfall today.
Yeah, I think we saw one Valley visit from ACU earlier, but doesn't seem to have paid out at all. He does have Epona's song though, so he's going to make full use of that. They have chosen to go with Cow Sanity, and Cow Sanity is a choice.
I'm actually excited to see where player 2's paths end up being in field for 1 and 3's Morphas. Just because there is the cow behind a web in field, which I'm hoping that's one of the paths. That cow needs some love.
That's just cruel.
Although they do have a bow and fire arrows already, so they're actually pretty close to being able to check it. They just need magic and hammer. Or they need magic dins and bomb bag to do it as child.
It's a small blessing at least that grotto is accessible with a bomb bag as child.
Yeah, it's one of the few grottos where like it has a different entrance requirement as adult than child, where it requires hammer as adult and only bomb bag as child.
I'm having a cursed idea. Boulder shuffle.
Shuffle the boulders on grottos. That's an interesting idea. I don't know if there's enough to really warrant it, but
Wait, Fennel, you're actually working on that?
please tell me that these strength 3 pillars are considered boulders for the sake of this shuffle.
I would hope so.
Boulder of Destiny would sound a lot more would make a lot more sense with the name if it had the strength 3 pillar. It was actually a Destiny blocking grotto.
And that'll have somehow your first bomb back. They're saying sort of, so oh dear.
It sounds fun.
The hype train.
I don't think it'll be that impactful, but I can't wait to see what it looks like when it's done. The devs have made a lot of fun stuff this past couple years.
They have indeed. The pillars themselves aren't shuffled, but there will be an option to add strength 3 boulders into the boulder pool. That's all I'm asking for.
Ooh. All right, I like it. I like it. Yeah. This is another crazy for dev one. This one might not be possible with limitations. 'Cause I think it's a ship exclusive thing right now for like the PC version of OOT Randomizer.
Hmm.
I know right now they have random enemy size, so the sizes of your enemies can be different sizes, like randomized too. You can have like tiny enemies. You can have like giant enemies. I saw a ZFG fighting Bongo where each hand was a different size.
Oh goodness. I mean, obviously, ship can do different things with access to the source code than OOT Randomizer, who is mostly limited to using the disassembly.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's
assembler code.
possible in OT eventually, but it'd be interesting to see it eventually if it was possible. Not that I'd never see it as a tournament setting because it's kind of a bit too random, but it'd be a fun like casual setting. I didn't see what was on Alex aside for the bomb shoot bowling, but it looks like it must have been useful for them to go for it.
A hook shot.
Oh, it's a hook shot.
Hook shot
That's
sounds
very
good.
useful.
That is hook shot for I guess Lee Harrold in this case. So for World 3. And a bomb shoe bag. We're getting that one as well.
Oh.
So someone else can do bomb shoe bowling then. Poor Alex will need to have will need to play bomb shoe bowling twice this seed, but oh well.
Yeah, I mean, it was
Doesn't look
very
like
good
he's in
items
too much
to
trouble
get.
with it. Oh, there goes the bomb shoe bag, and it is for Burger. Oh boy. Okay, so they literally called themselves Angus Beef and Burger.
I love it.
So that has to be for vgfan then? Battle, could you do us a favor and decode who is who in that multi-world? Who's Angus, who's Beef, and who's Burger? Because I think that should be visible on your end of Mido's house, right? Bottom of the well on the path
VG
to
just got a
Bongo.
strength and it said Angus. I think they might be Angus.
So it's probably Angus Beef Burger in that order.
Sounds about right.
So VG is Angus, Beef is Alex then, and Burger will be Lee, the off-stream runner. Goma down from off-stream, update from off-stream, Goma down for the Theumman. So that is, I think, one of our first boss kills in this race. We've seen Goma obviously beat on, I think it was on ACU's side as well, but that's...
Yeah, ACU beat Goma, and then both World 2s also have finished in August Cavern as well. If you want to call that a boss.
I guess for the sake of argument, we're gonna have to call it a boss. On ACU's side, we learned that World 3's Ocarina of Time is the Bolero of Fire.
Yeah, no no dungeon engines rando, so it's probably not going to be required. Although you could have, I guess, required hovers on the volcano. Getting a lot more Deku Tree from World 1 and World 2 here.
Yep. There is 6 of these.
Open Deku, very dense.
Yeah, there's 6 of these trees to beat. 6 of these trees to beat, so yeah, we're gonna see a lot of it. Big sword, big stabby for ACU, always welcome. Especially early on in the seed.
Oh yeah, especially pre-forest temple. It makes that dungeon a lot faster.
For sure. Oh gosh, the Stalfos without BGS. vgfan not quite getting the one cycle Goma, that happens.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, and there she goes. So slightly behind the Theumman, who's a creative team names player 1 here.
One thing I expect to see a decent bit in this tournament, just because it's open Deku and most of the tournaments are closed Deku, is people missing V1 skip a few times and possibly missing one cycle because you don't have slingshot for the longer stun.
Yeah, because you're you're just no longer used to it, right? I mean, for a Scrubs player especially, B1 skip is literally the first trick you learn, I think.
Yeah, because Scrubs is open Deku, right? I think you always
Yeah,
start
it
as
is.
child or something like that.
Or at least last season it was when I participated. Bottom of the well, still path to Bongo for World 2. I think we've seen that already.
Oh, there's a hookshot for Burger.
And a bomb shoe bag for Angus. So for his own, so VGBan found a bomb shoe bag for himself here.
But that's going to be one of the paths for Morpha there, at least on Alex's side. One good thing that we have a bomb bag is that they can check basically every grotto except for the cow one. And so they'll know if the cow is a possible other path, at least.
They don't want it to be. That much is for sure.
Well, they don't want it. Maybe I want it.
I mean, from a viewer's perspective, certainly we might have different interests. We might be up for more suffering than our runners here, but on the other hand, I also want our runners to have a good time. So
That cow could use some love.
yeah. And there is Goma also down for Stuckman. That was literally a blink and you miss it fight. Flawless execution there. So I see Alex has chosen to have Twin Rover Scream as his chicken noise. Great. So Multiworld, obviously. So quick intro to Multiworld, maybe for those who haven't had the pleasure yet. This is what happens when developers get bored and hack a multiplayer mode into a 25-year-old game. If you run this game on emulator and you run a special set of scripts, you will be able to play a seed together with your friends.
Yeah,
So,
and you can do massive events too. Like this is a 3v3, but you can do like I think the largest like player size I've actually participated in personally is around like 20 something, and you can do more. It does take a long time to generate the seed if you have a very large pool, just because it has to check for logic and all that stuff. But yeah, it's a lot of fun, and thanks to devs for putting together Mido's house. It has made Multiworld a lot easier to set up in the past.
so much easier.
And it's also cross-compatible for Project 64 and BizHawk, so if you get people that prefer each one, you are still cross-platform. You can pick whatever one you want. One multi-world I've actually been looking forward to hopefully trying to put together at some point is a RSL version again. That was a wild one we had a while back that we didn't even finish because of issues and how long it takes, but Ice Path to Bongo on VG's side. I'm not sure if we had that yet, but likely just a Nocturne, but could be more.
Yeah, Ice Cavern is Path to Bongo is already recorded. So let's see what our paths are so far. I mean, a big multi-world at the end of the season, I would absolutely be up for that, Fennel. So RSL, but also might be less familiar with OOT randomizer lingo. That's also what I would classify as like if Ocarina of Time is vanilla and the randomizer is maybe, you know, the handcuffs, the velvet handcuffs, the plush handcuffs, whatever. Uh, and this is why this stream is 18 plus, right? Both Multiworld and RSL might cross over into the realm of kink, and we're gonna leave it at that. But with that, Random Settings League is just, if you don't even want to know what the randomizer is cooking up for you, if you don't want to know what the randomizer settings are, and you have to determine that while you're also playing the video game, then Random Settings League is for you.
Yeah, if you like pain and suffering, it's for you. You can have some very cursed things happen in those settings.
Indeed. Fire Trial protects Ganon's Tower for World 1. I don't think we've seen that one yet.
That won't mean too much for them, at least. Actually, no, that requires strength 3, actually, so that could actually matter quite a bit.
Strength 3 is required.
Yep.
Spirit Temple on the path to Morpha. Another one for World 1. I think we haven't seen that one yet. No, that's all paths for World 1. And we've seen a
There
dual
could possibly be
sometimes
more than the sheet will show, just because of how Multiworld does its weird hint stuff, but that is cool. Yeah, there's actually a lot of hints already on World 1 side.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, looking at World 1, we have Deku to Tower, which I'm not sure what we actually got out of Deku Tree that was for Tower. I'd have to look back. 'Cause I don't recall seeing much out of there.
Me neither. What I do recall just seeing is that ACreativeUsername found his own Din's Fire, so one step closer to potentially that field cow if it's necessary.
That chicken sound is so cursed.
Yeah.
I can't complain too. I can't be the one to complain too much. I was on restream yesterday, and my Navi targeting sound was child Link screaming.
Oh god. And
I really shouldn't be the one to complain.
no, but I get to.
I think actually that VG might have gotten a strength in Deku, so that could be the Path of Tower. But memory does not serve me that well. Yeah, there's a lot going on in Multiworld, because not only do we have 4 people on screen that are all sharing, well, 2 of each are sharing an item pool. There's also a third off screen that you will only see items come up and down here and there as they get sent.
Yep. So, World 2 Spirit Temple on Player 3's Path to Morpha. We have also just seen that World 2 has a bomb bag in the Deku Theater.
I don't know what the bomb bag situation is for the other world. I see at least World 1 and 2 having it. But if 3 doesn't, that could be useful for going, but...
Yeah, we'll see. Obviously, with the bomb chew bag, that makes for one more explosive to be found. Or rather, it's not more explosive, but one more replenishable explosive, I should say, to be found for each runner. So they might be less concerned about that bomb bag, but it's certainly good info to know that if you need a bomb bag, there is one available right there. It's Sphere 0 as well, so that might have logical implications.
Yeah, having choose in logic means a lot of the checks don't require bombs like hard required.
Mhm.
There are a few things. I believe the main ones are going to be opening the eyes into Dongo's Cavern, the back room, as well as the Goron Pot. I think those are the main couple. I think also the Shadow Pot and Spin Shadow Temple requires bomb bag logically. There's probably more that I'm not
Indeed.
thinking of, but those are the main ones I can think of.
Shadow Pot, yeah. I think, I mean, Goron Pot, yeah. Shadow Pot, yeah. For Shadow Pot, at least, you have bomb flowers available, so I don't think that's hard
Oh
required.
yeah, there's
Yeah,
strength as well. Yeah,
you don't hard need a bomb back there. You can use a
I always
strength.
forget there's bomb flowers up
And
there because you don't like
30,
when do you ever get there without a bomb bag?
it's the rare seed because Shadow Temple is usually quite late in logic.
Not to mention there's actually a bomb wall before that room anyway.
Hmm. IGC on player 2's path to tower for player 1's IGC on player 2's path to tower. Yeah, we had seen that one before and debated at length that that is a shitty hint to get. Just vgfan, I think, also getting the good news. So I've had a look over on Alpha Mario's tracker here. He's found a bomb chew bag. So probably the Freaky Friday Fanatics less concerned about getting that bomb bag out of World 2 Steko Theater than a creative team name might be.
Yeah, if every player has explosives, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them just skip the bomb bag. It's just not that useful if you even like if you know the tricks for the pots, then it's not all that useful. You have choose. And you might just run into a bomb bag later anyway. A water trial for World 2, I'm not sure if we had that already, but that just adds hammer. But they're already AD, so they're gonna need that anyway.
Yeah, World 2 doesn't need to worry about item requirements per se. Do you need this item? Yes, I do.
Yeah, the only thing that they might require for trials is gonna be strength 3. That's the only thing they could really
Yeah,
add.
and so if fire trial is their second trial that's enabled, then they're just gonna have tracker percent by the end of this race.
Yeah, either fire or light trial. One of the two.
World 3's Hammer Rocks is a fish bottle. Which, hey, having a bottle is always useful.
Oh yeah.
You have the chance to grab yourself an out of logic ice cavern with that. As soon as you have Zelda's Lullaby or Hover Boots. So good information that.
It looks like Stuckman might be setting up to possibly go for that bomb bag, either quickly or later. We're not too sure yet, but they did turn in Keaton Mask.
Yeah, definitely making sure that as you're passing through Kakariko, you're at least turning in Keaton Mask so that... Oh, VG fan, would you mind republishing your stream? Might be in trouble there.
They haven't called for an FPA yet, so it could just be internet issues.
Yeah,
We'll
I'm
see when we get that back.
I already have the race chat room open for that very purpose. I want to know if there's going to be an FPA call. So FPA, Fair Player Agreement, or Fair Play Agreement rather, it means that if one of the runners disconnects, that is usually covered by, or disconnects or rather has as computer trouble, that is usually covered by an agreement that all runners will pause and make sure that the runner who had the crash can catch back up. But so far, no FPA called. VG fan still not coming back on stream though.
Yeah, it's possible they don't even know that something happened. Yeah, but we will get them back as soon as possible. Only concern is that with multi-world, sometimes having a disconnect can make the item like sending stuff a little funky, but we'll hope that does not happen.
That's true. Let's focus on what we see on stream, though. We see Stuck actually buying the Skull Mask, so is not leaving that check behind. Is probably going to loop that in the next time he gets through or walks through Kokiri Forest. Still no vgfan
We have
stream.
ACU starting with some Water Temple here as well. There is
And
the FPA call.
There we go. And what that means that all runners will now pause. And we will have a brief moment to summarize everything that's happened so far. So what do we see?
World 2 has gotten a few quick dungeons done, and they actually have the most items, which makes sense. Their world is AD, so they're going to be locked behind a lot of items. Beyond that, pretty standard opening so far. It's still pretty early in the seed. Looks like World 3 is probably missing the most items, but that can change very quickly in these settings.
I mean, that's World 3 for you. It's in theory the distribution of items is entirely random, as guided by the fill algorithm. But superstition says that World 3 is generally one that might be a bit less fortunate in terms of which items they get compared to Worlds 1 and 2. So we shall see how quickly this issue can get resolved. The rules allow for, I think in Multiworld it's 20 or 30 minutes of fair play agreement time.
That sounds about right. I think I give a bit more for multi-world just for troubleshooting reasons.
Yeah, in single player tournaments you have, so in 1v1 tournaments you have 15 minutes of fair play agreement. In Multiworld that time gets upped a bit. What we are also seeing, like, I mean, for player 1, we have a plethora of information. We know that Deku Tree, Path to Tower, which seems to have been unresolved. I mean, at least on stream, we haven't really seen anything big in Deku Tree. Market was Path to player 2's Bongo. We did see World 1, I think, pick up a Bombchu bag? Might that have been?
That's possible. It's really hard for chew bags to be path for anything because there's so many bomb chew bags, but that's possible.
All right.
Market's also very dense. Like, not only is market dense, it also has a lot of weird requirements to get to them. Like you have big pose, which is opponent, bow, and bottle. You have chew bowling, which is for chews. You have treasure chest game, which is magic and lens. There's a lot of like strange requirements just to get a lot of the checks there.
But at least you don't also add the wallet for Bombchu shop or general shop checks, because shops are off.
Yeah, at least that's minus 12 checks it could be. Okay, it looks so we're getting caught up now on their side. I'm not sure where they left off at.
So yeah, VGFan had, as was already explained in chat, did have computer trouble. There was a computer crash, unfortunately. And they are now catching back up. So
I
VGFan
think
had,
the only thing they're missing is beating Deku Tree, which depending what the item was in here, we might get to see it again for the path item.
I mean, we get to see. We definitely will see the path item candidates. But yeah, in the meantime,
It's not that.
it's not that, no. In the meantime, as Fell Knight points out, I also want to draw your attention to another Twitch channel. And I mean, I'm going to rate over them later tonight anyway, but I do want to point out that Zelda Speedruns, our friends over there, are doing a super important fundraiser right now. Not for their own benefit, obviously, for the benefit of one of their staff members, Ricky of Kokiri, who is battling pancreatic cancer. And the medical bills are mounting. So, to help out with that, they are doing an all weekend marathon. A bunch of cool games on stream. When I left over there to set up this restream, it was actually they were actually just starting a Tunic run. Tunic Randomizer, I should add. There's OTMM Multiworld coming up. There's an OTMM combo randomizer coming up. There is a OOTR Multiworld race actually coming up with Allison and Hamster, the two runners. There is a bunch of Link to the Past randomizer stuff coming up. SMZ3, so a Super Metroid and Link to the Past combo randomizer. All that in the marathon schedule. So yeah, check it out. And they're going to be all live all weekend. And if you can spare a coin this holiday season, I think Ricky would be a great recipient. So go and head over there and donate.
Yeah, it's a great cause. A lot of great games for entertainment. Yeah, spread the word. Donate if you can. Definitely be watching myself after this race.
Oh, for sure. Okay, so yeah, so definitely give them a watch, and I think vgfan might be almost caught up. What did we miss in Deku Tree? A strength upgrade,
And a
and it
bottle.
was yeah, and a bottle too. But it was definitely I think the strength upgrade was for uh, vgfan himself. The bottle might have been for somebody else, I thought.
Yeah, the strength being for themselves and being Path of Tower fits pretty well, considering I think they have light trial, so that it just and fire trial, so they need string 3 on both trials.
I'm just gonna write down that strength there,
Yeah, that seems accurate.
because that's definitely mandatory.
I'm not sure where VG Fan was before the crash, but they should be relatively caught up now. They might be missing a couple things, but
Yeah, we'll see. So catching up by grabbing that fire medallion again, and then likely to go, or will go back exactly to the position they were in before the crash, and then we can resume. A bomb shoe bag for himself.
good pickup, especially with the market path there.
All right, hurrying back to where they were, and likely only
I
a
feel like
minute
they
or
might have
two
been in
from
market,
restarting.
so
Yeah.
they might have a bit more to check. I think they were around market when they crashed, but I could be wrong on that front.
So the FPA call was at this point 9 minutes ago. So we'll see how long it'll take them.
I guess I can double check our VOD and see roughly where they were, just to get an idea. Okay, so it looks like they went to Goron City after SFM, and then we're heading down Trail when they crashed.
I see. So
So we're getting there.
yeah.
Yeah, they crashed like right as they were heading from Trail into CAC.
Mm-hmm. Now reset button pressed. So safe warping. Hello, Kyrie. As you can tell by the pause menus on on or by the non-movement in 3 or 4 streams, there was an FPA call. VGFan is currently working on catching back up. Gives me a chance to actually have a look at what the fundraiser's doing over on Zelda Speed. Holy shnikes, they've made it past $10,000. Okay, cool. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's incredible. I can't wait to see what they actually end up hitting for the fundraiser when it's all over.
I would hope a bajillion dollars.
I hope so too.
If
Medical
it'll help.
costs are not
Yeah,
not a joke.
indeed. All right, so VGFan is now heading across field to London Ranch.
I wonder if I mischecked where they were when they were doing the FPA.
So let's have a quick recap of the settings in the meantime. So apart from the default multi-world madness, uh, we have 2 trials on. We have cow sanity on, but we don't have any scrubs. We don't have any shop sanity, and we do have bomb shoes in logic and bomb shoe drops enabled. So there is a bomb shoe bag in the game, and there are bomb shoes dropping from the tall grass as soon as you find your first bomb shoe pack.
Okay, no, I scanned through the VOD a bit more. I think they lost about like 30 minutes of progress.
Oh goodness
So
gracious!
that's why
Okay.
they ran to Lon Lon. They did Lon Lon around like a half hour ago. So I think they
Oh
just hadn't saved in quite a
no!
long time.
And that is the point when I actually need to check uh, the multi-world tournament rules to find out how much FPA time they actually have available. Um,
Yeah, because we are actually coming up to the 15-minute mark. It was invoked 13 minutes ago. So if it's
yes.
15, then it's right around the corner.
If it's 15, then ACTN would have the right to resume. Um, Obviously, they could decide to allow VGFan more time to catch up. And they're
Looks like
pausing,
they might
so
be
I
all set.
might assume they might type caught up now. We'll see. I'm gonna suggest that they restart at 5800. All right, they should be going again. So in a few seconds, yep, there's Stuckman restarting, and ACU likewise, and so is Alex. So they're all back on track, back on the way there. We are back in business. Central pillar is a small key for Alex. That's useful. And Stuckman finding that hookshot and is now learning that he needs to do Bombchu bowling a second time for that Bombchu bag. If this is ACU's Bombchu bag, then I guess both teams are all set on explosives. Then I don't think Stuck will worry about that bomb bag in Deku Theater anymore.
Yeah, No, I think it might have been, but we'll find out here very
We'll
shortly.
find out in a second, yeah. That is a small key for the water temple. I do love the small key textures or small key models that were provided by MapleStar, I think.
Yeah.
And that is indeed the bomb shoot back for ACU, so they are set in terms of explosives.
Yeah. ACU was actually just waiting there in water in case that was theirs. Looks like he's just
Yeah.
getting ready to do the trick here.
Yeah. Just gimme, 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 gimme.
Yeah. Because there is a setup to jump without like hovers or anything, but that is like I'm awful at that trick. It is not easy.
This is a big chest, or rather gilded chest, so we'll see what this is. This is a hammer for
Ooh,
ACU
hammer.
himself. Cool. Wasn't that a path item?
That water was path to tower.
So water's
That was
path to
Twin Rova
Twin
for
Rova
3.
for player 3, actually. I don't think double path. I don't think it's actually double path. I think that might have been a mistrack on our side here.
Either way, hammer is a very good pickup.
Indeed. So player 3's hammer, we also know that fire is indeed the fire medallion for player 3, so very mandatory hammer here is needed to beat Volvagia.
Yeah, and honestly, with hookshot, hammer, and shoes and 6 hearts, I wouldn't be surprised to see them actually go to fire after water here.
So it turns out the fair play agreement is actually... there is no separate fair play agreement for the Multiworld tournament or a different time frame. It is 15 minutes of catch-up time. So what that also means is obviously Team Freaky Friday Fanatics has burned through all of their 15-minute FPA time. And another FPA call would be entirely at the mercy of Team ACreativeTeamName. Honestly, I'm not concerned. I know the sportsmanship of all teams in this tournament is great, and if a team might ask for more FPA time, I would expect them to give it. But them's the rules, I guess.
Yeah, the one benefit of at least Multiworld is that anything you find before you crash, for your other teammates at least, will still be on their side. You only need to pick up things that you got for yourself.
Indeed.
As well as actual like dungeon progression.
Light trial for player 1. We've already seen that, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the only trials we're missing a trial from World 2 and World 3. World 1 has the double strength 3 trials, light and fire.
Ooh, lovely.
Which, given that they have a water medallion, the long shot requirement for fire doesn't really matter. So yeah, just strength 3. Oh. I'm not sure if vgfan will make that back in time. That was... Oh, mate is still good. We're getting a Goma here from Harrold's side, or from Alex's side.
Okay, so intel from chat, thanks to Fennel. They were listening in on Freaky Friday Fanatics, and they didn't catch back up entirely. They just made the most out of their 15 minutes, and then restarted the race.
From what I could tell, they got most of the important things. I think they might have missed some Skulltulas at the worst, but I think they got most of everything.
Here's hoping. Again, this is not the way you want to win a race like this. So obviously, I hope that vgfan was able to mostly catch back up, and they can continue as if that never happened. It's time for fishing excursion on both ACU's and likely soon also Stuckman's side here. Ah, no, Stuckman is taking the Owl Express back to Hyrule Castle. Rolling Boulders in Water Temple is a boss key, so vanilla boss key in Water Temple. On the one side, you're happy about that because you know where your boss key is. On the other, kind of annoying because obviously that means your boss key is 5 keylogged. Logically. Which means that...
It makes checking all of water kind of annoying, because if you find anything good on the Darklink loop, you need to actually get 4 of the keys.
Yeah, and also, Central Pillar is hinted as a small key in World 2, which means that, in theory, the game could burn a path for you by hinting towards a Zora Tunic.
Yep, as entirely possible.
Which is not fun.
Actually, their water is a stone, so I don't think that will happen.
No, that's true, yeah. You're right. I missed that bit. In chat, Arcane Onion is asking, do multi-worlds usually run about the same playtime as single rando, or do they tend to take longer? Surprisingly enough, they seem to be mostly in the 3 to 4 hour range as well. So slightly longer maybe, but not terribly longer. Like,
yeah. It's going to depend on your settings, obviously. Like, you can make settings that make it take a lot longer. But in general, it'll take about like a half hour to an hour longer on average, I think. It doesn't mean you can't have a quick seed or a very long one, but
yep.
3-player seeds are a pretty good sweet spot where most players don't get like stuck. If you do, it's not for very long.
Yeah, because remember, while you are obviously dealing with a bigger item pool, like a bigger pool of locations where your items can be, there's also 3 people picking up items at the same time and doing checks. So it's kind of balances out that way.
Yeah, I'd say 3 to 5 or 3 to 6 in that range is a pretty good sweet spot for like player length to like time. Once you start getting to double digits, then you're asking for a lot to go wrong. Doesn't mean you can't have a fast seed still with that many players. I think our like 12-man we had preseason was like only 4.5 to 5 hours, I think.
That's not too bad. I mean, I seem to recall the big multi-world that we did as the end of season celebration for Multiworld Tournament Season 3. With something like 30 people in the call. Had Forest Trial for Player 2 as the second one. Okay. That had about a runtime of 5 to 6 hours, but it was also obviously... No, actually it was also 4 to 5 hours, but it was also obviously with a few people having to drop out, and the advantage of having the admin of Mido's house right there in the call with us, who could, when someone's run had run its course, just send out the remaining items in that world.
It looks like they had Saria's song on their Bolero check for World 1 there. Let's see that question in chat. Oh yeah, the trail cow. I always forget about this cow. Just some money this time.
But important information to get. And speaking of... Oh!
Ooh.
Hammer for
His
Stuck.
own hammer there.
Speaking of having the admin of Mido's house in the chat, Fennel is in chat with us again. And they say that that feature is now available for anyone to use. So that hammer for Stuckman in the Song of Time... sorry, Song of Storm's grotto in Goron City. In front of Goron City.
And they also got sent to Dins by someone as well, so they're actually getting relatively close to... Well, I say Shadow, but I think the Shadow is behind AD for them, so that will actually be quite a far off still.
Yeah, it's... I mean, World 2 has Nocturne on OT, so that's a ways off, but...
Yeah, we're still missing Rudos, Rang, Longshot.
I would assume Stuckman is probably on the way to fire soon. There's a Rudo's letter. Speaking of Rudo's letter... There you go.
Not for Stuckman, but there is a Rudo's letter there.
There is a Rudo's letter for a creative username there, yeah.
Which I think they had ice, or one player had ice path. Looks like, oh, that was player World 1 has ice path to their own bongo.
That was World 2 indeed. Ice Cavern to Bongo. Is that the Dire Dire Docks theme? There's some water level theme from Super Mario 64, definitely.
I couldn't quite hear it, but I wouldn't doubt it. I've heard a lot of good themes from Alex's side.
Do I need to bump,
I think their Kokiri Forest was the overworld from the original Paper Mario, which is like a very banger soundtrack.
Ooh, very nice. Do I need to bump... I think I need to bump Alex's stream volume more, actually. See how 9 decibels sounds. Market to P3 what? That's a good question, actually. On player 2's side. I haven't seen it either. Sorry. That peak isn't working. Actually, or at least I couldn't see anything.
I couldn't see it either there.
That's a shield on top of the volcano, and that looks like a Hylian shield. And there's Song of Storms for Alex here.
We're headed into fire on Alex's side. No hammer, looks like, so gonna be just a single check for the start. Maybe a bit more if we have a key.
I don't think so. Stuck didn't pick up a key here in the check outside Morpha's boss door. Sorry, for Volvagia's boss door. So this will be a very quick jaunt into and out of fire for Alex. Meanwhile,
It's still a good check. You need to check this later anyway, and
oh, for sure.
I've been burned by this chest a lot of times.
You do not want to leave your one item that unlocks the entire seed for you behind. Okay, so Stuck will likely at least show us Fire Temple up until the boss key. He has everything he needs to complete the dungeon, I think.
Yeah, I believe so. I think it's also a free Scarecrow in these settings, so won't even get stuck there.
DC on player 2's path to Bongo Bongo for player 3.
Huh. Conveniently placed inside Dagongo's cavern.
Yeah, I mean, useful location for that hint. And that was the boss key for Fire Temple. So, boss key definitely hammerlocked. Deathmon Crater on player 3's path to Bongo Bongo for player 2. Which is fine, we've already seen the path hints here.
Yeah, player 2's Bongo path is probably not the best path, just because it's AD, so you can get a lot of items for it, but hey, if you find a long shot or a ring out of it, then you're not complaining. Alex picking up a mirror shield there. That must have been sent in from player 3 on their side.
Ooh, this is not gonna work out for Stuck, I think.
Oh.
Oh, never mind. Just be a gamer, I guess. And 55 seconds should be more than enough to make it through the Volvagia fight here. Time for Trail Cow on Alex's side.
Yeah, I think Stuck also picked up a fairy, so I think they're more than safe.
Yeah.
Or actually, maybe they don't have a bottle. Maybe they don't. But as long as you don't get troll hold,
Yeah.
55 is usually plenty of time.
Even then, I think 55 should be plenty. That being said, I'm just thinking, I think Alex should have Song of Storms as well, right? Yeah, he has. Because that was on the Bolero check. So he is going to find his hammer momentarily, unless, of course, he runs away from the check. No! Alexander, don't do it! Nope, he remembered. We're good.
And then as they clean Volvagia from Stuckman down.
And Burning Cack is Requiem for World 2. Don't know if we've seen that before.
I believe we saw it when Stuckman did that grotto earlier. I love how Stuckman got hovers after he had to do the jump gliciously.
Yeah, well... Wait, the hovers were on Volvagia there?
No, someone sent the hovers to him.
Oh, I see. Because that would have logical implications for stuff being
Yeah, I
locked
think
by
both
that,
just had a
those hover
recovery
boots.
heart, so I think
Okay.
eventually you can get to the top. We see Alex basically following in Stuckman's footsteps there for Fire Temple. If our trackers are right, ACU doesn't have bomb bag or strength, so this could be an interesting KD fight here.
We'll see. He definitely has plenty of choose, so we will see what technique he goes for. The tracker should be right. It's an auto tracker. At least in terms of items, they should be fine. Man just got the hammer because it's sitting atop of ACU's King Dodongo. Yeah, you are right. ACU definitely does not have either the... Oh. Bigger on sword is more hindrance than help in this fight, I think. It makes the ground jump technique here definitely a bit more difficult. Was a flawless execution of feeding King Dodongo a bomb chew though.
Oh, there's a second storage there, so be a relatively clean fight for not having bombs with strength. Feeding him chews is not the easiest.
No, you have to round jump in the right location to and at the right time so that you can stick a bomb chew basically through the bottom of his mouth.
Yeah, it's a trick that I don't trust myself fully, and I will not do usually, just because I don't want to waste 2-3 minutes on KD.
That's true, yeah. I mean, as I think Chuckles and Emo Soda said in the last Gossip Stone podcast episode, it is a trick that, to me at least, is because I agree with them in this case, is just I would never trust myself to do that in a race. Like if I mean. It was amazing to see ACU do that just now, but just I know I would never reach the skill level to be able to trust myself to even consider trying that trick.
I think for me personally, in a race, I would have to I would want to be able to do it on the third or fourth roll. If I don't think I can do that every time, I would never go for it.
That being said, though. The bomb chews in this case are a replenishable resource, whereas in most other settings, they would be a one and done kind of deal. Like if you waste your 10 bomb chews, that's it. You're done. You've wasted them. So does that change the equation any?
I don't think it's so much for me on like having the choose itself. For me personally, it's just on the time investment. But having limited choose is a thing too. Like if you miss a few and then have to feed him two, it could mean that you're just breaking logic, but throwing a lot more cheese away. So I think it can change the equation if you get like a 5-pack.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think for me personally, it's more the time than the choose itself. But it's different for every runner. It depends on your risk tolerance and your execution on the trick itself. We have Volv down for Alex's side as well.
Very cool. So that's both player 2s done with Volvagia. Both of them also at 4 medallions already. 1 hour, 23 minutes in. 1 hour, 23 minutes.
Unfortunately for them, their last 2 medallions are going to be a bit trickier to pin down.
Yeah, Shadow in Spirit, where Shadow is locked behind all dungeons. So
locked behind Forest? Oh, Water and Jabu aren't too slow. Forest is well known for it.
The big advantage that Alex has here at the moment is actually having the strength upgrade available.
I forget where they got it from, or if it was sent from a teammate, but yeah, being able to do forest now is real nice, because you need to do it eventually anyway. So at some point you need to just go into forest and do it. And having strength means you can just go the first time and clear it. Like, not having Minuet here for Alex's side means that if you do try to dip forest, you are risking that you aren't able to finish it on the first go. It's like Cow and House for World 2 is dead. So we will not be seeing a obstacle course on that side. This guy might be ACU's turn to jump into Fire Temple here.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, you got Hammer, you got Choose.
Rolling boulders, the boss key, we knew that. Is that the second or third Bolero spot that gives us Song of Storms? Incredibly popular song in Bolero location, it seems.
I'm not sure. I see Bolero giving... oh, I'm reading this wrong. Never mind. Storms, Crater. Yeah, all three worlds.
All three worlds had storms on Crater.
The spreadsheet always confuses me because I read it as like the left side being the location, not the song itself.
Oh yeah, if you have your own spreadsheet set up like basically the opposite way around, then that'll mess you up. Yeah. All right, so it looks like we're not getting any help from the automatic note-taking app that we sometimes have available with Multiworld for us. Because tech issues. Imagine things just working. That would be boring. Anyway, vgfan is in River. I don't think he's been here yet. Oh, he must have been, because otherwise he would be skipping the 2 hints and item checks here.
I think he was here as child earlier. Yeah. I know earlier he went through Lost Woods and was about to go into River from there. I think realized he didn't have irons or a scale, so he ended up save quitting and walking all the way up.
Yeah, looks like it is time for a ice cavern visit for vgfan here.
What is this setup from vgfan?
That was an interesting setup. I haven't seen that before.
I always eyeball it from that side. Like I kind of just like run at it. So this is a good setup. I might copy this.
Let's see. Oh, side hop. Ooh, that works.
That
okay.
Is very
yeah,
smooth.
I'm stealing that. And Lee off stream getting the iron boots handed to him by, it looks like oh no, sorry, Alex getting the iron boots handed to him by Lee Harrold, it seems. Oh, stream runner. Yeah, I'm stealing that setup. That was slick.
Yeah, usually my strategy for hovering in through there is just run at the wall.
I mean, not a bad strategy.
I have like a 50% success rate, so...
Better nothing.
And given last season what KZ skip was banned for last standard season, and then I was playing a lot of league settings where it was beatable only. Brushing ice isn't always the best play.
mean, ice is just a good play in general. It's a song check. It's 4 item checks.
Yeah.
What's not to like?
The song is always like the best part usually. And seeing their song layout, they're missing 5 warp songs already, so it's gonna be most likely a warp. Doesn't have to be though. I think the only songs you don't want to see here is like Sorry Isn't Sun, like your 2 non-warps. You probably want to see Suns before Sorry's, so at least they'll let you into Castle, because you don't have Serenade to get into Temple of Time as Child at nighttime. This is World 1 down there? Actually, they have Ice the Bongo, so this is actually a path location for them. It's probably going to be Nocturne. Although it could also be that chest right there.
That chest over there is always a good location. So let's see what we get.
If I was vgfan here, I'd want something good here, because I hate Nocturne Path.
Bow!
Oh yeah, bow!
That's good. We take that.
Yeah, that's the first bow for Burger there, so...
Yeah, that is the first bow for vgfan.
That would be wild if that was actually the path to Bongo. I don't think it's going to be that, but that would be pretty wild. Yeah, and unfortunately, Alex not having the strength means they have to dip here now to Forest. What is that title screen music? That sounds real good.
Oh yeah, that's neat.
Not sure if they're on like a bathroom break or something, but I'm not complaining with the music we're getting, so
Yep,
hopefully they get
nope.
back soon though.
Might swap over to ACU for the time being though, so let's see what their audio is like. Bottom left. Standard shuffled sound plus female link sounds. Cool.
They had a strengthless, bombless KD. Now they're doing this block without strength or bombs as well.
Wait, is that possible? I mean, there's a glitchless jump, yes.
Yeah, there's a jump here, yeah. I'm awful at this because I don't come here very often without either of those two, but...
Mm-hmm. Not the most fun glitchless jump, and... Okay, a Requiem in Ice Cavern for player 1.
Looks
Not
like
a bad find.
ACU is just calling it.
Yeah, you gotta...
There's Requiem in Ice, huh?
Yep. So ACU gave it the old college try, but decided, you know what? You know what? I might just have something better to do with my time. Which, honestly, fair cop. I'm not mad about it.
Oh yeah. See if we can get a peek what this is. It looks like a piece of heart to me on VG's side there on the
Quite
icy
catchy,
waters.
yeah.
It looked pretty clear with a little bit of red in the middle, so I'm assuming it's a piece of heart.
Yeah, we're gonna assume with that. It's either a piece of heart or a heart container in this case, so yeah.
I think that said fire trial for World 3 there.
Yay! Yeah, that should be all trial information then. So we have seen trial. So all the only ones, the only world that doesn't require strength 3 to beat the seed in this case is World 2, which
Needs
as a
AD.
trade-off needs AD. So, awesome.
We could be here for a good long one for any world, possibly.
We're here for a long time, not for a good time. Speaking of here for a long time, though, we've been here for a long time, and I haven't thanked the people who made this restream possible. So let's do that. Thank you, obviously, to our runners, our who both on stream and off stream, who agreed to this restream. Thank you to Team ACreativeTeamName, consisting of ACreativeUsername, Stuckman, and Theumman, as well as the Freaky Friday Fanatics, Alexander, Harrold, vgfan, and Alpha Mario. Also, thank you to our trackers. That'll be Slayer, Sidon, and Fennel, helping us make sense of this mess of a multi-world spaghetti. And finally, thank you to Natheirean, who graciously agreed to join me in the commentator booth.
It's been a great scene so far. I'm looking to see what the rest has in store for us.
Okay, Sidon. So World 3 is an AD with Strength 3 required? What do you mean? Oh, it has Nocturne on Burning Cack. It has Bolero on OT. What is it AD for?
Yeah, World 2 is AD, I think, not World 3.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless I missed something.
I think she will update us momentarily. Ah, I see, okay. Yeah, no. World 2 is our all dungeons world in this case, and the other two are... I don't think they are all dungeons. I might be wrong.
Actually, the tracker is showing World 1 has Nocturne on AD as well.
Oh.
I don't know where that hint came from.
I didn't see
Assume
that
that tracker's correct, that might be the case. So only World 3 gets to avoid the possible AD.
World 1 is AD as well. Cool! Great! Yay! No problem inside on this. That's a normal state in Hollywood. Hey, we got our first magic, I think. That is magic from So vgfan providing magic for Alex in this case. So World 1 has World 2's magic in Spirit Temple right side.
Looks like no key though on adult side for World 1, so that Requiem is mostly just for key logic probably. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Requiem for Child Spirit because they needed to get Nocturne on AD. The path seems to make sense to me.
Yeah, path resolved. I don't like it, but yes.
Getting Requiem this early is probably one of the better warps I think they could have asked for out of Ice Cavern.
True.
It just gives you so much mobility options. And we are getting our first spawn with a well look. Which is path to their bongo, which means it could be anything if it's an AD path. I'm feeling a ring in here. Yeah, side on. So typically, Nocturne being on AD or on OT is going to be AD unless you're playing like a beautiful only setting. But in these settings here, having that is going to be an AD seed every time.
So look at that. vgfan is doing chickens live on Restream.
I forgot the chicken count is in Multiworld. I think it might be 3 or 4.
I think it's 3. There you go. 4 or 5 bucks. Well. Good evening to you too, Purple.
A little excited for the flame storage there, but just a Nary's love.
Yep. So, for those joining us later, joining us now, I guess we can recap that, yeah, both World 1 and World 2 are all dungeon seats for Nocturne on Ocarina of Time. And
World 3 isn't out of the woods, because they do also need Strength 3 for the trials, so
yeah,
every seed needs a lot of stuff.
Yeah, so World 1 needs both all dungeons and Strength 3 for the Ganon's Castle trial. World 2 needs all dungeons. World 3 needs Strength 3 for their trials as well. So, yeah, it's despite the teams having chosen to disable a bunch of checks by opting out of Shop Sanity and Scrub Sanity, it looks like this is basically a clear the entire world seed for almost everyone.
Yeah. And the downside of that too is that they disabled a lot of the checks that are like very low sphere. So that means the checks that are still in logic are a lot harder to get to.
Yep.
Yeah. So far, nothing in well for that path. I'm curious what's gonna end up being in here. Unless I missed what was in well.
I haven't seen it either. So far, just a bunch of keys.
Oh, right there.
Could be that. Could be a boomerang.
Oh, it is a ring. I called it.
For Alex himself, in this case.
Yeah, it's well to his bongo, so it's gonna be items for their AD.
Well, I think we have seen Rudo's letter somewhere already. Oh yeah, in World 3, but neither World 1 nor World 2 have Rudo's letter yet. So
Yeah, they have all the items they need for a shadow, but they just don't have the song, and they're missing Rudo's long shot. Yeah, Rudo's and long shot to get AD done. Looks like Alex did get a strength from somewhere, so that means they can go back and finish force at least.
I guess ACU is visiting Darunia wearing the Keaton mask? Ah, just misclicked, I see. And just $50 for Unman, unfortunately. And it looks like the boomerang was the only thing in World 2's well here.
That's the only thing I saw in that hole clear there.
Let's see.
AC get to go up with another bombless trick here to get Chew in the pot. They're getting all their trick practice in today.
Yep. Setup looks good.
I think he held the Chew a bit too long. It usually is 3 flashes for me, and that was a 4th. I'm not sure if that actually makes a big impact, but my setup usually does 3 flashes.
Yeah, the timing is rather precise. 1, 2, 3, drop it.
That might work. That was a bit late still. No.
And this is why I hate that trick.
Still a bit too late.
Nope,
Oh no,
that
it
nailed
worked.
it.
Okay.
That should have worked.
Yeah, I think that nudge when he was trying to turn right actually helped him. In that case, he pushed him a bit forward.
And all that for a few pointy sticks. Could have at least picked up the rupees.
We all know that Hot Rodder always has good items.
Does he though?
Only when I'm missing them, I don't want to check him.
Oh, I see.
If I check him, he gives me $5. If I don't check him, he has my hammer.
That checks out, actually. Ooh, a gold scale.
Gold scale.
For Alex himself. So in Dungeon Entrance Randomizer, this would be the point when you check the Water Temple entrance. Because while not in Logic, it is legal to open Water Temple with a gold scale and hookshot.
There's actually a trick I need to learn still. It's on my bucket list.
Became relevant in one of the quals. I think. Oh no, we missed it. But Alex is doing treasure chest game.
Yeah, I completely missed them starting treasure chest game.
Right.
Chicken sound is recovery hearts.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Right, left. That is certainly a chicken sound. Right, left, right.
I always
Treasure
guess
chest.
right, left, so I wouldn't have got it.
Even treasure chest game knows nothing is
strength.
alright with this seed. There is a strength for
That is real good.
for vgfan. I think.
That is a very easy strength to orphan too.
Must have seen that pickup just before. Oh no, it's not for vgfan. It's for Lee. Lee's first strength. But yeah, it's super easy to orphan. It is. Treasure chest game is, especially if you've done most market checks, it is pretty easy to isolate because at this point, I mean, the advantage that that both of them have, both World 2 players have, is that they don't have Prelude, which means that they pass through the area and thus have an incentive maybe to remember to pick up the treasure chest game check.
Yeah. At least they both have sons, so there's a good chance of them getting it. So, like, if I didn't have sons and I walked through market, I would not consider that at all.
Yeah, reasonable. Yeah, with Rudo's letter and boomerang in hand, vgfan is now the first runner to enter Jabu, whether he wants to or not.
It's a medallion, so you kind of want to. It's also your fourth medallion, actually, too, which is going to be another song.
Free song, yeah. Free song with purchase of medallion.
Yeah, and I think in these settings, Rudo is at F1 already, so I think you actually have a very fast Jabu.
Ooh, neat.
We'll find out very quickly that that's the case. Ooh, there's a hammer, too. Yeah, we'll find out very quickly, but I believe Rudo is already on the top floor. So that saves you a good couple minutes. We're getting our World 3 bottom of the well, too.
All the bottoms of the wells have been explored then.
Yeah, Rudo's already up here, so yeah, that makes Jabu quite a bit quicker.
Oh, so much quicker.
Yeah, my initial thoughts on the setting was I didn't care for having Rudo F1. I thought it was like maybe too much of a gimme for Jabu, but I think it's just a quality of life thing that probably might make its way into other settings.
I agree. I mean, it debuted, I think, in Scrubs. Multiworld organizers saw that was cool and decided to incorporate it here. And I wouldn't expect other organizers to wait long for this as well, because it turns out Jabu with just 4 checks and just I guess a 5 minute, I don't call it a 4-minute part of the dungeon where you don't do a single check and just do the same thing every time, which is get Rudo out of the basement. Gets boring fast, so...
I will say it's a bit different depending on your settings. If you have like scrubs on, or if you have dungeon schools on, then you do have a couple checks in the basement. But in general, I think just having the option to skip those depending on settings is good.
Hook shot for Amnan. Ooh. ACU found that in his will.
Yeah, this is no confirmation on it at all, but I would not be surprised. So we're definitely going to at least consider, I think, Rudo at F1 for League next season. Whatever that may come. I think it's just going to be a good quality of life change. But that's just speculation. Well, it's not confirmed. Don't take my word at it.
I mean, you heard it here first, folks.
Yeah, at the very least, I will promise it will be discussed. And I think that there's not much of like an implication of like logic or anything to it, so I don't see any reason why it might not, but it'll be a good topic to discuss. And I think if we make the change, then I think I could see it being an S8 next year too.
Draftable option in S8 next year.
Possibly, it could be a good minor setting. Make your Jabu a bit less worse.
A bit less worse. Oh boy.
So if you ever need to check like just the rank chest, it makes that a lot better.
True.
Sometimes you dip Jabu for 1 check, and then it feels real bad when it takes forever, especially if it's a stone Jabu. But at least with Rudo at F1, it's a lot faster. Turns into like a 2-minute check instead of a 8-minute check. Not 8, but somewhere in that range. That's an interesting Furor's win placement. I like that a lot. Why do we always put it at the door? Not there.
Well, is it more fun this way? I'm not sure.
That looked faster. Huh. I might have to do some testing with that. I always see everyone put it at the door outside the map chest. And that's what I always do too, but that seemed faster.
So the idea, I think, is you drop it in the hallway in the unchanged state. Right? Oh no, you mean in Jabu. That one.
Yeah,
I
in
actually
Jabu
don't
there.
know.
Yeah, they said FW at the in like the main like lobby room there on
Sorry,
on the top floor.
I was thinking you were.
People usually put it outside the map room.
Forest Temple.
Oh, okay, yes. I probably should clarify what dungeon I'm talking about.
Yeah, both of them have FW and magic, so I was kind of confused there. But anyway, strength for ACU as well. Who's gonna be real happy about that?
Yeah, my preferred routing actually for Forest lately has been to I am a big fan of doing 3-key, so I will do Courtyard and then do 3-key skip to do the like green po. Then I will set my Furors at that exit there back to the main lobby. course, that requires magic and hovers, but you never know when you might have it. Just like that, we're already at Baronade on VG side.
Oh yeah. This
It's a
does
very
really make
fast
Jabu
Jabu.
a lot quicker, doesn't it?
It's a very clean Baronade.
Mark your bingo cards, folks. He said the thing.
Not so much in Jabu, but again, getting your Forest Medallion done is always a very good positive.
Off stream, we know that Volvagia is now down for who is ACreativeTeamName's World 1. So something that that vgfan definitely still needs to do.
Yeah, I think they got their hammer right as they entered Jabu, so they'll probably be doing that as soon as they finish this child segment.
Makes sense, yeah.
I just realized the VG fan doesn't have a hookshot in it either.
Who needs
Oh,
a
there is a
hookshot?
gold gauntlet. He must in for World. For VG himself.
Okay.
So
Well, at
there's
least-
one half the puzzle.
Yeah, good news for VG is that indeed he has the means to beat the trials later on. But yeah, I mean, he still needs a long shot, so a hook shot and a long shot, 2 items. Then needs iron boots or a gold scale to be able to finish water feasibly.
Yeah, all the strengths, but missing a lot of the other key items, so not quite near go mode yet.
No, but he does have the means to. Well, he can do half a shadow once he finds Din's.
Half a shadow, you can do basically all of spirit except for a couple things without hookshot. The trick to doing the boss room without hookshot is not allowed in standard, so you cannot beat spirit currently.
Oh no!
Oh,
Gets
the
yeeted
wombo
off the
combo.
central platform here by the spike. Oh, come on. This room has it out for vgfan. There you go, that worked. He does need some health. I don't think there's a lot of pots containing hearts here though.
I wonder if he's used to playing with fixed broken drops on and is looking for the Deku Shield in these pots, if it doesn't exist in his settings.
Oh yeah, that's potentially true. But this is
I don't
one
know.
way to
He
gain
could
back
just be
his
looking for
hearts.
health, but yeah, if you're used to playing with the broken drops being fixed, there is a Deku Shield there, I think, in one of the pots.
That is Forest Temple done for Alex Harrold. Some blue fire for ACU. Convenient, considering he's going upriver, but it's the wrong age. Looks like he is going to be the next one to make it to Jabu there. To at least check out Zora's domain. Meanwhile, Stuckman is taking a short fishing break.
I think this is our first look at Big Pose on World 2 side here.
It is, and we get nothing. You
Extra
lose.
$5.
Good day, sir. Yep, Spirit Trial protects Ganon's tower. Is VG just going and doing blind Skull Mask? He's at least got the means for it now. Never got the hint for it. So that might just be on his mind. But he must be running really low on checks if that's what he's opting to do.
Yeah, looking at his items, he has no hookshot, so you're quite limited on adults. Stun all Child Spirit. I don't know what a fire that he's done. He has hovers and hammer.
Who can make it to fire.
Hopefully it's not a case of, like, it's Stone Dungeon and I don't want to go there.
With Nocturne on OT, you bet it isn't.
Oh, that's World 1. That's right. Never mind. I was thinking it's World 3.
Yeah.
It might just be a case of he wants to make this his last child event, possibly, so he just wants to get this out of the way.
Field Cow. Field Cow on Stockman's side, I think.
Ooh. I mean, it is field path. It could be a hookshot here for player 1.
Moving.
Nope,
So,
$5.
But, no.
Oh, interesting. VGFan's buying a Deku Shield here out of the scrub. I was wondering what he was doing in here.
Really doesn't want to be without his Deco Shield, it seems. That's a really intense item get sound, and there's a silver scale for VG. At least gives him some more mobility.
I'm just surprised if his plan was to turn Skull Mask in. I'm surprised he didn't just save quit and then buy the shield at the shop. Oh, maybe he's trying to wrap the Storm's Grotto in too. That makes more sense.
We see you dropping for Roar's Wind here in Jabu and then headed on to Spirit Temple. Wants
You
to
see
plant that
the one member on their team that can actually avoid Stone Jobby for now. Possibly, they might still need it for something, but
we'll see. But for sure is...
Was something on the ledge? I didn't see what was on there.
Must have decided that something is on the archway, because otherwise he wouldn't be planting a bean here. And big stabby for vgfan himself.
Yeah, given the age change, it must be something good, because he's heading right back to adult for it.
Took his time playing Requiem here, probably weighing his options. So let's see what's on the archway.
Hopefully a hookshot for... Actually, I don't know what their player 1 looks like on their side, but it possibly could be missing hookshot on their player 1 as well. We will see very shortly.
ACU is keeping it interesting for us, not pointing the camera over there until it's time to jump over, and his mirror shield.
It's mirror shield.
Not his own. I think that was for Theumman.
Looks like it. Stuckman didn't get it, so has to be for Theumman.
Stuck gets silver gauntlets from Theumman though. And so Fennel in chat pointing out that does have a hookshot, so VG must have run straight past one. Or rather, one of their team must
either
have
him
run
or a
straight
teammate of
past
his,
one.
yeah. Oh, interesting. I think vgfan save scummed that. Wait, never mind. I'm getting the players mixed up again. Ignore me. I thought they save scummed like the bean plant and the mirror shield. That was the wrong side of the screen. Just a piece of heart on cack shooting. But we are getting our first peeks here into GTG for World 2 here. We'll find some good things in here to keep us going. Like right here. Just a red t-shirt. Oh, it's Rudo's letter on that skull mask. I wonder if he actually found a hint somewhere for that, or if that was just actually a blind. But either way, that's very useful, whoever got that. Unfortunately for Harrold, he's still a strength down on Stuckman, so anything good in this Silver's room is gonna bite Harrold a bit. Or bite Alex a bit. So far, just a key. I guess he has floors, so it's not as bad. Oh, he's actually just dipping now.
Yeah, so for clarity, for Freaky Friday Fanatics, they have in the sum of their the sum of their player names is Angus Beef Burger, so I think it is a Burger King reference, and thus Angus is player 1, Beef is player 2, and Burger is player 3.
And Alexander there left GTG early, so they're not gonna find those hovers for looks like they're World 3. So hopefully they go back for that. Yeah, it looks like Harrold is taking that Rudas they got and just heading straight into Jabu here. They'll actually put them for World 2, at least on Alexander's side, they are a long shot away from having AD done. Actually, I think that means they're actually just long shot and strength 2 from go mode.
Yeah, so Alex is obviously working towards first of all getting the second stone done.
And I'm not sure if it was unhinted on their side or if we missed the hint or if they saw it later. But Ruto's letter for World 2 is on player 1's Skull Mass check. So if vgfan actually checked that blind and the other team never finds it, that could be a huge holding point over them. I step away for a couple minutes. I will be right back.
Oh dear. Chat, you're all mine now. Okay. So, vgfan is almost done Volvagia. Meanwhile, as Natheirean said, Alex is working towards his second stone there. And obviously hoping to find that long shot on the way, or someone else finds that long shot along the way, so that they can do Water Temple as well. I think it might come down a lot to which team finds that long shot first, as to who has the advantage here, because I think World 2 might be as
Alright, I have returned.
well, that was quick, but it might have been. So I was mid-sentence and I completely lost my train of thought. Sorry. I think World 2 might actually be the first to finish here. Which sounds
It's
weird,
looking
given
like that's a possibility.
it's one of the AD worlds, but considering that it, in theory, doesn't need Strength 3, and that we are looking at, well, basically Longshot from tentative, from glow mode at least.
Yeah, Stuckman is missing long shots and Rudos, which we know where the Rudos is. And then Alexander's is missing another strength and the long shot. I'm not sure which strength he's missing, but hopefully doesn't bite either runner in the ass for too long.
Oh, what's that in Jabu? Iron Boots!
Irons is pretty big.
Obviously not his
Maybe
own
World
iron
3s, I
boots, but
think?
it must have been World 3s at this point. Which is one of the all dungeons worlds, right? No, it's not. It's the one world that doesn't need all dungeons, but it does need iron boots to complete water.
Actually, ACU has their irons on their tracker already, which is... So who are the irons for then? Because there's no way Stuckman has been in Java yet. Oh, it's P1's irons. Okay, I didn't see them grab it on the over their head.
To be clear, we do delay the trackers a few seconds so that they don't spoil whose item it is before we see it on the runner's stream. Alright, ACU taking his second trip into Fire Temple, now past the push block here, which he previously wasn't able to do, thanks to missing bombs and strength and everything. So... Pierre, isn't it? Pierre's just a small key.
Oh, it's actually Hammer Chest. I think he's done all fire now.
Oh, that was Hammer Chest. You're right. Sorry, was distracted for a moment there.
Yeah, I think he's had one key left, and he wasn't sure if the key was on Volv or if it was on Hammer. You kind of don't want to like 50-50 it.
Yeah, no, you don't want to leave that up there. If you're not sure, you grab it. As much as it pains me. Hey, a dragon. I've seen a few of those on stream already. So this is Fire Temple entirely done for ACU. We'll see if Volvagia has anything useful. We know she has an item at this point, as you said. So let's see what she has. Wallet, in any case, for ICU. I honestly don't know if you want to get items during a boss fight. But you can't exactly ask all your teammates to stop exploring the sea just because you're boss fighting.
If you did that, you'd be adding like 10 minutes every run. Stop here? No, not stop here again. And another clean Volvagia down.
There is a long shot for ACU. That's big. So, Iron Boots are there, long shot is there, ACU is going water next. Not even a discussion, I guess. Okay, now I'm gonna say it too. That was a clean Baronade by Alex. Or is, in fact.
Yeah. All the boss fights so far have been very clean.
Yeah, no complaints here.
Had a couple, like, 2-cycle Gomas, which, I mean, happens to the best of us, so, like,
Yeah,
that's not
those
even
don't
that big
count.
of a slowdown.
Songs are still hard. I don't know, this is kind of a very upbeat song for Death Mountain Crater. Even though it's the happy, the boss's beat version of Death Mountain Crater. Let's see if Bigoron is ACU's answer. Hyrule Field Path to... What? Oh, Hyrule Field Path to,
That's player 3's Morpha. I think they've actually full
Morpha,
cleared
yeah.
all of field
Must
for
have
both of them
done that,
already.
yeah. Actually, I think it was their own Morpha in this case. But yeah, they must have cleared it already. Yo! Long shot for Umman!
That's pretty huge.
And that is World 1's long shot here, sitting on World 3's Bigoron. Now, obviously, I have no clue where World 3's claim check was.
I believe that was on World 2's HBA. I remember seeing a claim check there. I'm not sure if that was theirs, but there was a claim check on World 2's HBA. I know that both Alexander and Stuckman did it. Thank you for the clarification panel.
So let's see. I think we're at the point where recaps give way to slowly figuring out what everyone still needs to do to make it to the finish line. So obviously Worlds 2, we now know
Yeah, so
where World
they're each
2's
missing a long shot,
is.
and then each of them have an item, the other doesn't. Alexander has the had the Rudos to finish Jabu, and then Stuckman had the Strength 2 to finish Spirit here.
Speaking
Looking
of
at
Strength 2 for Alex, vgfan just picked that up on in Spirit Temple.
That means that Harrold, I think, is just long shot from go mode now.
Yes, actually. You can definitely start in on Spirit at this point and can progress further there. And obviously that gives him a bunch more checks to do and hope to find his long shot soon, so not a bad deal. Also, I guess an extra wallet for Lee. So yeah, Alex, basically long shot from go. Whereas Stuckman still needs that mirror shield as well as the long shot. Alex definitely gaining ground here on Stuck, and I think, yeah, it's getting more and more likely that World 2 is actually the first one to finish here.
Yeah, and then, given that I don't know where the hints are for it, the Rudo's letter for World 2 is World 1 Skull Mask. And I believe that vgfan did it on their side, unhinted.
Yeah, vgfan just did it completely blind. So no clue where the hint is, because obviously the spoiler lock isn't public yet, but this is a major advantage. The Theumman is the first to acquire Nocturne. But obviously vgfan hot on his heels. All it takes for vgfan to reach the same is a Twin Rover fight here. Oh no! Please have a fairy. That's the shittiest location to die! Oh no! Well, less hot on his heels now.
A bit unfortunate, but...
But he has Furor's Windcast.
Oh, okay.
And now gets a long shot too.
Actually, I think, is that go mode for vgfan?
That might just be.
Because that's long shot for water, forest you can
and,
obviously do,
yeah,
Shadow, Nocturne. Yeah, that's against go mode.
Beats Dins still.
Oh, Dins, you're right.
Yeah,
okay.
and it's obviously still light arrows missing for actual go mode.
I mean, you could go for the FAE. That could be pseudo go mode or glow mode.
I mean, depending. You would definitely go for this at that point. I think you're no longer searching for Dins in your own seed. If someone else happens upon it, fine. But I think this is a risk you're taking. You can definitely drop for Rory's Wind in the room if you have to, and come back later.
Yeah, you definitely clear your forest first, because you have to clear all forest regardless,
Sure.
but yeah, you definitely go for FAE at this point, I think.
Yeah. If you can clear your forest, gives you more time to pick up items or more chances to pick up items, and obviously gives your teammates an additional 15 minutes to pick up items for you as well. So you might just happen upon Dins in that way. But other than that, yeah, once forest is done, fire arrow entry looms large.
Maybe we'll get the classic do FAE, then walk into Shadow, and then get Dins.
Yeah. Well, again, he will do forest and water first, just because it doesn't make any sense to do out of logic dungeons before when you still have in logic progression available to you. I think at least.
Robo being a bit rude to him.
Bit is an understatement. That is ACU done with Water Temple and going Child. Or at least picking up Sunsong.
There's a big chest in World 2's Ice Cavern here.
Let's see what it is.
As soon as he is allowed to move.
Can we just delete ice keys from OTR? Petition to make them optional. Just like turn on enemy souls for this particular enemy, but forget putting in the enemy soul.
And VG just got his Dins actually, so I think he's actually in glow mode now.
That is, yeah, glow mode for VG. It's a long glow mode. Plenty of chances to happen upon his light arrows still.
Oh yeah, water, forest, and shadow is at least a half hour.
Forest and shadow alone are a half hour. With walking there and back. So, yeah, water on top of that, 40 minutes.
You still got a double age change to pick Nocturne up to.
Yeah, but that also means, thanks to that death at the very top of Spirit Temple, I think Theumman is now almost a good 7-8 minutes ahead of VG.
That is true. You actually don't. You can't figure out where light arrows are because of trials.
True, yeah. Light arrow hint on Dampe Diary when?
Yeah, and the only other path I have to tower is, for at least for World 1, looks like Ganon's to P2's tower. Looks like World 3 has a lake to P1 tower. I don't know if I've seen ACU do any of lake, or much of it.
It's almost 3 hours in and they're still reading hints. That's kind of interesting to me. No news for us here. Hyrule Field to P1's Path of Morpha, actually. Ooh. So I don't know if that's just more information about a hint we've already seen for World 2, or if it's actually a new hint, but either way, I think they've cleared Hyrule Field entirely, so...
Ice Cavern down for Harrold here, for Alexander.
And there's Prelude, way too late.
I think that means that Requiem then is behind Burning Cack for World 2. Have we been hinted that? We have, yeah.
Yeah, we have. Market to P2 Bongo and P1. Yep, we've got that.
Yeah, for how aggressive both teams seem to be at getting hints early, I'm surprised where we are actually still missing so many things, hint-wise. Well, if we are.
I mean, we are missing 2 path hints for World 2, and I think we have most of the rest.
Oh, was that a Skull Mask hint on Nocturne?
That's rude.
I'm assuming that's what it was from what panel that's mentioned in chat. If that's the case, it makes sense why he had to do it blind. I don't know where the other one is, but oh, Market Path of P2 Bongo.
Ooh, hey! That is a strength 2 for Lee Harrold in this case. So that puts Lee... I need to look at Lee's tracker, I think. Has strength 2, doesn't have a bomb bag, doesn't have boomerang, and has 2 medallions done. Yikes, okay! The Dongo and the free medallion. Oh right, the auto tracker doesn't track medallions, so I need to look at Lee's stream actually. That's accurate though.
It's crazy that our first Shadow Temple here, I think, is on VG side at 2 hours and 45 minutes.
It's not even close to being done, like...
Yeah, all 3 of our worlds had such, like, deep Shadow Temples. This feels like the most separation we've had between runners too, as far as where we've been seeing on stream. We have a Fire Temple, a Spirit Temple, a Shadow Temple, and a GTG all at once.
we're definitely in dungeon rush mode at this point. All of them have stuff to do. All of them are have enough items to progress in the seed further. So this might. I mean, you've complained earlier, or not complained, but mentioned that we've been kind of slowly trundling along for a while now. But I think this seed is definitely picking up steam here, and is going quickly now.
Yeah. A lot of the seed is starting to open up, and there's not much that's like not accessible anymore for any player, so it's gonna be a matter of time for things to get found.
So, looking through the trackers, definitely I would say they are pretty. Sorry. Alex Harrold is definitely ahead among the World 2s. He is. I mean, he has the entirety of Jabu already done. He's progressing through Spirit nicely, and I think he has also fully explored Fire, right?
I don't recall if he did all fire. I think he might have left early.
Okay, but also not that tragic, because I don't think there's too much to be had here. But he's also now progressing through Spirit. He is, I would say, definitely you could call it a dungeon ahead for the World 2s. For the World 3s, though, ACU has 2 medallions over Lee Harrold, and a bunch of items as well. So I would not dare call it in favor of either team yet.
Yeah, it's really hard to say who's actually winning this. Like, there's just too much going on. There's too many things going on in different directions to really have a good idea. We're not gonna know until we're getting closer to finishes happening. Because again, like Alexander has is getting really close to like glow mode, but again, we don't know where that long shot is, so it's possible that they just run out of checks and they're just waiting on a long shot somewhere, and that gives the Stockman time to catch up.
And the long shots are big advantages here. That's true.
Yeah, I think this Spirit Temple from Alexander might actually be partially out of logic. Just because I think it might require Requiem for like key logic. We've had very few keys so far on the adult side. That's a long shot. Is Burger? That's player. They're World 3, right?
Sorry,
I believe that's World 3's long. That was World 3's long shot, I think, that Alexander found.
If it was for Burger, then yes.
Yeah, okay, that's World 3's. It's not their own. But I am sure Lee Harrold will be very happy to get that. While we're slogging through some dungeons here, I'm curious what the qualifier rolled for settings. Let's take a quick look. Oh, good old shop sanity. I think we need to summon Dastar as well, because we are getting a toilet here. Only for a key, but the toilet was done.
Not worth it summoning him, I think.
Maybe if there's a logical keeper item in the center.
If it's a required key, I shall let him know later that to watch the VOD.
Seeing that ACU dipped, I'm probably assuming the center of the maze is dead. Extra bomb bag so far on Alexander's side in Spirit, but nothing much else so far. I'm starting to think that Spirit here is, like I thought it might have been, where it's behind water and shadows. I don't think he's going to find too much in here. But you never know.
Yeah. Either way, it's progression, but yeah, I would agree. It's probably pretty late in logic for him. This is Shadow Temple almost done for vgfan.
Wasteland chest.
Hello! The Gogiri
Just a
sword.
K-Sword.
His own, as well.
More exciting in other settings, not in this one.
Sure.
Might be useful for Jabu later for him, if he's running low on 6.
What are we doing in field? Just passing through?
Good question. I'm not sure what's going on in field. No minuets. I think he's heading to forest.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, no minuet or bolero, so he has to go the long way.
And now she jumps. This horse.
Yeah. So next question for Dez for Fennel. When are you importing Majora's Mask Epona like physics into OOT? You can rewrite the entire Epona physics, right?
Rewrite, no, replace, yes. But yeah, at this point, I think after this performance, ACU might be ready to send her to the glue factory. Just like for this ride across field alone.
Yeah, all those little stops on the fence might have made back walking faster.
Yeah.
I actually didn't see when Stuckman got it, but he actually got his mirror shield as well, so he's right behind her, Alexander. Good bongo kill from VG there. That's our first shadow completion, at least on the stream, on restream.
Yep, there it goes. Meanwhile, AC is now headed into Forest Temple. He's World 3,
Classic
so he
3-hour
doesn't
forest.
have to do this, does he? I need to look at the tracking sheet again. World 3
World 3 does
was...
not need AD, no.
Why are we in here?
Maybe we're out of checks. Can't do Spirit, can't do Shadow, can't do Jabu? Nope, yeah, can't do anything else.
Can't do Shadow? Oh, no Nocturne. Oh, where is
I think
Nocturne?
Nocturne is behind Burning Cack there for them? Yeah, Nocturne is vanilla. So,
So
yeah.
he needs an item for Spirit, I see.
He's Strength 2, yeah.
Okay. I guess you would go Forest over Jabu. But that explains why he also was in GTG earlier. No progression
I think
available.
there's no Rudos either, so you can't even do Jabu.
Well, that makes that choice easy.
At least Harrold did, or Alexander Harrold did make their way back into GTG, because I think they had someone's hovers in here. Probably in this chest right here.
Maybe. No, but it's a Zoran. It's a Goron tunic for himself.
Yeah, if I recall, I think it's on the statue eye chest. Let's see if memory serves me right when they get there.
I mean, if it's someone's hovers, then it'll be the ones for Lee at this point. Well, in terms of medallions, Stuckman is catching up to Alex here. Is now, just as Alex has 5 medallions done.
Just a Jabu behind Alexander on World 2 side. The classic 3-hour double forest temple.
Well, at least we don't have to have Sextuple Forest Temple on Restream. Has happened on Zelda speedruns once.
I guess speaking of 3 hours, we are at the happy 3-hour mark. A little past,
Indeed.
a bit late.
So once more, shout out to and thank you to everyone who's making this restream possible. Obviously, first of all, thank you to teams ACreativeTeamName and ACreativeTeamName and the Freaky Friday Fanatics for allowing us to restream this. ACreativeUsername, Stuckman, Theumman, Alexander and Lee Harrold, as well as vgfan100. Thank you so much for the show you're putting on today. Thank you also to our trackers, Slayer, Sidon, and Fennel, for being the awesome souls behind the curtain who are keeping us informed about what is going on and off stream, and what items we have, and medallions and songs and all that stuff. And also, thank you to Natheirean for hopping into the commentator booth with me.
Yeah, it's good to be here with you, and thanks again to Tobias here for being the restreamer, getting us all this on the stream for you, everyone.
My pleasure, and you were right. Obviously, that was Lee Harrold's hover boots in that there chest. So, what is Lee missing at this point? Surreptitiously glances at Lee's tracker. The answer seems to be quite a lot.
Yeah, I see them in spirits. It's not strength 2 at least.
Yeah, so Lee has definitely caught up in terms of medallions. It is still no, it's actually, so Lee is now at 4 medallions, just like ACU is, but unlike ACU, Lee does have the means to complete Spirit Temples. Will be at 5 medallions, probably before a creative username.
Actually, I think he might be in go mode.
Or
Or no, maybe not go, but at least medallion completion.
Yeah.
Because the Spirit will give him Nocturne. So that's all medallions. And then World 3, what was his trials? Was it Strength required for World 3?
It is, yeah, Strength is required, so it's Spirit and Fire trial.
I think all he's missing is Strength 3 and Light Arrows.
Yep, accurate.
Now where those are is anyone's guess. Yeah, I think most everyone is just waiting on like 1 or 2 items for go or glow mode at this point.
Yeah, but it is definitely good for Lee that he has the Strength 2 that a creative username is missing here. Evidently, that's giving him quite a bit of an advantage here. If Lee is in Spirit. And as you said, if Spirit gives him Nocturne, which it will, then that'll just be dungeons complete, and he'll be able to move on to trials.
Yep, and in Lee's best case scenario, if he has like lights or strength 3 on the way through Shadow, then he's just in a great spot.
So it looks like the strength that ACU might be missing.
Oh, big chest and toilet here.
ACU is also now in Spirit Temple, so the strength that ACU was missing is in World 1's Shadow Map chest.
Yeah, probably not useful at this point, but Alexander did just give Lee Harrold their gold skill from toilet. Very good spot for it.
I mean, Jabu, water is already done for Lee, so probably doesn't factor in. But hey, a claim check for World 1.
Oh, there's something in the center of the maze in GTG too. I didn't notice that one when Stuckman went through. I wonder if he ended up getting it. Just the bomb bag. Oh, first try on that peak underwater too.
Very
It
nice.
is not an easy peak. Gwen has a bit of a Darkling fight here, but
It
10
shouldn't
hearts.
be too bad. Yeah, 10 hearts.
BGS is not too bad. That's 3 jump slashes from BGS.
It depends, obviously, if you are able to stun him. Honestly, I usually just like to use the over-the-shoulder technique. It's way more reliable for me than Deku Nuts here.
Yeah, for me personally, I roll backward and then throw a nut forward left, and that lands like 90% of the time.
I need to investigate that. Because obviously, Deku Nuts is quicker, but only if you actually hit him.
Yeah, once you miss, it's kind of a pain because then he starts running around you. But as long as you're getting it on spawn, like the roll backward and like diagonal nut seems to work pretty well for me. I think on Darkling. Let's see if River has anything for us here. Nothing on River. Question is, where is Duckman headed off to next? Oh, OGC Ferry. Very easy to
start
orphan.
with. Yeah.
Just a piece of heart.
Alex Harrold safe warping here and making his way to Temple of Time. Water Temple.
Yeah, he got boss key using the hover boots trick for the boss key room, but
Oh, right.
no long shot to actually do Morpha.
Well, he's gonna dig for the remaining item checks here. Makes sense. There are 4 items in Water Temple, so as long as those aren't all found, he still has a chance to find something useful.
Yeah. Meanwhile, VG is just about done with Stone Forest here. Don't think I've seen anything exciting out of here so far.
Yeah, Stone Forest does Stone Forest things. Just about hit that Twin Rover. But I don't think that's gonna be one cycle. Never mind! Off stream, I can only imagine Lee is making his way through Shadow Temple at this point.
That would make the most sense.
Well, he's in Jabu.
Interesting.
Yes, indeed. Path location? Let me check the hints.
See, World 3.
No Jabu path.
Yeah, curious why Jabu over like your last medallion.
Does have Dins, does have magic and hover boots. Meanwhile, the Man is actually going to be the first one to make it to 6 medallions, it seems. He is in Shadow Temple on the boat. And according to his own tracker, he has Water Temple done. Which our tracker doesn't quite reflect.
And the only thing I could think of why he'd be in Jabu is that he has a ring on a Dongo's Cavern path to player 2's Bongo. I don't know whose ring that is, but the only thing I can possibly see. I don't know where player 3's ring was. We do not. Oh no, that was Porus. That wasn't his ring. Yeah, so I don't know, but he's chosen Jabu, so hopefully it pays out for him.
I mean, he's gonna have his reasons. The Man finding the gold scale for ACU here. Off stream. And ACU, as opposed to Lee, is straight into Shadow Temple to get that 6th medallion.
Yeah, it looks like Alexander is headed back into fire to finish up what he skipped earlier. Which I think was almost all of fire. Yeah, literally all of fire.
Alright, so with Theumman likely being the first to be to make it to Ganon's castle. He is in World 1. So World 1 has a light and fire trial. He can do nothing in Ganon's castle. Well, he can do a few checks in Ganon's castle. But he does not have strength. No, yeah, he does have strength 3. Never mind, I can't read a tracker apparently. So Theumman is an actual, real go mode. Is likely going to be the first one to set a time. And it looks like Alex had to take a quick break here. It's understandable, we are 3 hours and 20 minutes into a seed. On screen, meanwhile, ACreativeUsername is making strong progress in Shadow Temple, is obviously going to be busy for a while here in this pretty linear dungeon. vgfan is just hookshotting over to Morpha. Is missing the light arrows for Go mode, which is the main difference between him and Theumman.
Fennel says that the P1 lights are on World 1 Morpha, so he'll actually run into his light arrows.
Well, that's useful.
Yeah, so that means that World 1, they are not too far apart. Theumman's gonna be a bit quicker finish, but not by too much.
Well, he's inside Ganon's castle by now, so I would wager 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know where the boss key was. Probably around, I'd say probably closer to 10 minutes, maybe 15 if it's a real bad spot.
And that's some time for ACreativeTeamName to have to catch up.
Yeah, and they kind of need it, just because Theumman hasn't done Skullmask check to get Ruta's letter for for Suckman, and that's gonna be a pretty big hindrance.
That's true. That being said, Theumman just found silver gauntlets for ACU. And the gold gauntlets are already on his tracker, so we'll find those very soon too. Or it might even have been the gold gauntlets, in fact. So ACU is now light arrows away, I think, from Go mode as well.
vgfan with the actual like hover bootsless jump there to the key. Had hover, still did the harder way.
I guess he's just a gamer.
I mean, it looks cooler.
Exactly. Which, in my book, immediately makes it a better strat.
Exactly. What is that setup? I don't know if you saw from Alexander's stream there. That was, I've never seen that before.
But it works.
That's what I love about this community. You can watch tons of restreams and you'll still find new tricks people find.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, big chest for vgfan. Survey says a slingshot.
Slingshot number
Yay!
18. Oh, there's light arrows for ACU there, I think. In his own Shadow Temple.
That's neat.
I think
He's
that
also-
is his go mode now as well.
He's also getting a bow and bomb and bomb shoes.
His Fire Trowel, he has Strength 3. Has Mirror for Spirit. Yeah, I think he's in go mode.
He is indeed in go mode.
Remember like an hour and a half ago we said that World 2 might be the first to finish?
Yeah, we were wrong. I'm not ashamed to admit that. World, I stand here before you and say I was wrong. A good shot.
I'm just curious where their long shot can be, because I think with the way that the item placement works for Multiworld, because the other World 1 and 3 have a water medallion, I don't think long shot can be in Ganon's castle.
You are correct. It has to be somewhere before that. Which might also be why Alex is in fact digging, or was in fact digging... Sorry, not Alex. Why Lee was in fact digging outside of Ganon's castle, like not focusing immediately on Shadow Temple, but instead looking for other dungeons. Because
Very possible.
He was thinking that long shot must be...
It must be somewhere awful.
Yeah.
I can't think of where it is, but...
Because it's not required, so who cares? Well, there must have been another reason why Lee was digging somewhere else. And I can report from off-stream that the Theumman has just dispelled the barrier around Ganon's tower.
Yeah, and this boss key looks pretty deep in Water Temple here for vgfan, so I think it's gonna be a good 15, maybe even 20 minutes of a difference. It's what, Forest and Water Trial for World 1? No, Light and Fire. Light's very fast, Fire can be annoying, so we'll see
Ooh.
how that ends up. Actually, I wonder if vgfan has a tunic, because I think he has like 4 hearts. That is not enough to do Fire Trial, I don't think. Might have to grab a fairy or two.
I think they might have a tunic, but I'm not sure. Oh, vgfan with the rare Skulltula pickup. Oh, they're getting worried about the 10 and 20 skull checks at this point.
See, have we seen a 20 skull hint for World 1? Oh, 30's dead. I thought there was an always for 20. Like, I thought it was 20 and 30 in the Skull House. I could be wrong on that. The 20 is dead, okay. Yeah, it is a kind of a late 10 skull pickup.
Yeah, it makes sense that you would collect them basically while passing by at this point. If you have staunchly ignored 10 skulls, the possibility of 10 skulls existing at this until this point, I think you're also not going to spend too much time going out of your way for them.
I wonder if Alexander actually is in full BK mode now, from the looks of it.
I mean, either that or you have to take a fire break.
They might actually be out of checks. So they did ice, they did GTG, they did well. They can't do shadow. Well, they have. Oh, you don't have doctor. Never mind. Can't do fire arrow entry.
They have dints, but yeah, missing nocturne.
Yeah, they're probably actually just in BK mode. I'll have to go get some Burger King.
Yep, waiting for that long shot.
He can't do Child Spirit. He doesn't have Requiem. Requiem is behind Shadow Temple. The only possible way that he could do it is if we had like random spawns. I had this on a qual, it didn't pay off, but I had the child spawn was Gerudo Fortress, and I did forward Naked Wasteland as child to get to Spirit Trial as a child.
Wow.
And it was worthless.
That's desperation. And it's just like, yep, no, I don't have the long shot. The thing is, he knows exactly what he would need to do to get across there without a long shot. He knows exactly what he would need to do.
Oh, he has it equipped. He can just hammer slide across.
Yeah, exactly. And disqualify himself. And his entire team. Like... yeah. If only this were allowed, Alex. Oh, good shot for Morpha here, by vgfan. Oh!
Almost lost.
Almost lost the amoeba, but there we go. That's that done. And likewise, Stuck is now out of checks. Is also waiting for either a Brutus letter or a, oh boy.
Yeah, we know where the Rudos is, but it's in a real awful spot.
Yeah, and I can.
There is our first finish from the Man.
Yeah,
3:34:32 off stream.
Off stream, the Amen is our first finisher, exactly that. And so now it is ACreativeUsername versus vgfan to see who first makes it past the barriers. ACU having a significant advantage just because the Lake Hylia refill cutscene is so long.
Actually, I don't always understand the hint stuff for like item placement. I wonder if Longshot can be in their Ganon's castle because World 2's water is not a medallion but a stone. It's one thing I never fully understood.
I don't know the placement algorithm for this well enough to answer that for you. Stuck at least has his light arrows. So it's literally...
I think that was World 1's. I think like a path to World 2's tower. Yep, Ganon's castle, the P2 tower.
So both as well as ACU and vgfan are obviously going to keep playing after they beat Ganon, because there's still items left to be found. As we said, Alex needs his long shot to be in go mode and his light arrows, whereas Stuck needs a Rudo's letter, a long shot, and that's it, right? Yeah, that's it.
VGFan found strength 3 for Lee Harrold,
Which is important.
Another big chest here in Water Trial.
Just a wallet.
Just a wallet.
Good shot for the web here. Hey, these Ganon's Castle small keys look sick. Shiny black.
Oh yeah, the team did a real good job with all the small key models.
I want one of those on my keyring, actually.
I'm sure someone could like 3D print it probably.
I do, in fact, own a 3D printer. Project for next weekend. So I can report Alpha Mario is in go mode, has all 6 medallions, the light arrows. So what that also means is, World 2 is in fact going to be, in both teams, World 2 is going to be the last one finishing. But where...
Oh, big chest. Light arrows for... Okay, that's where the World 2 light arrows were.
So where ACU has... or where ACreativeTeamName has the Theumman already finished and basically picking up seconds, picking up time. Every second that the Freaky Friday Fanatics don't have someone across the finish line.
Yeah, the Rudo's advantage for Alexander is gonna help a little bit with that, but they can't have that many checks left on their side, so they might just run into Rudo's
they
eventually.
must at some point. I mean, everyone who can is going to set a time first. Like they are obviously going to want to stop the clock as much as they can.
Yeah, so for these settings, they have bomb chew bags on, so that means that bomb shoes are gonna be in like logical chests, like the gilded ones.
Yep, shoes are in logic because basically the first shoe pack, whichever one it is, will give you the bomb shoe bag.
There's a barrier dispel for vgfan. Or no, just the first part of the barrier. It's the fire trial.
Yep. Meanwhile, ACU is going to be the second among a creative team name to make it up Ganon's Tower and fight the big bad guy. Stepping into the room right now. I have seen a streamer spend about 3 hours in Master Quest file trial once.
Master Quest fire trial is the worst.
Yeah, they had Oko on
Oh,
because it was like a crowd control thing, and they were hating their life so much.
well, I forgot when it was. I had like a Master Quest by fire trial, somewhat in the nearest recent future, and like I hadn't done it in so long. I think I avoided like 10 times.
Oh no. But that'll be a barrier dispel for vgfan. Well, ACU is going to be the second one across the finish line. Obviously, ACU also has a bunch of dungeon to still explore for Stuckman's Budos Letter as well as Longshot.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Lee Harrold I think only has a forest temple left, and has already found that Rudos. So if World 2's Longshot is in their forest temple, they have a pretty good chance of getting their Alexander Harrold across the finish line, way ahead of Stuckman.
That is true.
They don't have the hint for Skullmask yet. I don't see where you ever do Skullmask hint blind before Forest and Jabu.
That is true, but at the moment, ACreativeTeamName are still picking up time. They're picking up seconds for every second that Freaky Friday Fanatics does not have someone across the finish line. So the way this works, by the way, should have probably explained that earlier, is that in the end, the average time of all team members counts. So if you have the chance to get someone across the finish line, obviously do that, but that someone still, after finishing, will need to keep collecting items. And that is ACreativeUsername finishing second place, and the second finisher for ACreativeTeamName with a time of 3:45:04. So, what I'm saying is, it matters when every single team member is finished. It's not like the last one to finish or whatever else. It is the average of all three team members' finishing times that determines the winner. Or you could also build the sum. It's basically the same thing. Which is why I'm saying they're picking up seconds. Right now, they have 2 people across the finish line. Their timers have stopped, while all 3 timers for the Freaky Friday Fanatics are still running. Even though they have 2 people currently in the Ganondorf fight, or finished with the Ganondorf fight, as the case may be, off-stream, Lee Harrold has just entered the Ganon fight.
And vgfan is right there behind him. So they're going to get a double finish very quickly here.
Yeah, and then we can do some math and figure out how much time they basically need to catch up with their final finisher.
Yeah, just roughly looking at times, I'm guessing about 3 minutes from one world and...
11. 15, actually.
Yeah, like 15, 16, so probably about 20 minutes or so overall, which is a lot of time.
Yeah. You can spend, like, you can clear a lot of the remaining seed in that amount of time.
20 minutes is a lot longer than a Jabu, but it doesn't even have access to that Jabu yet, so it's also like finding the items to do Jabu.
Stuckman seems to be getting a little bit bored. I mean, he's doing his name a lot of justice at the moment. He is truly stuck, standing in front of King Zora here.
This is where I get bored and I'd clip with a chew and then just void out and run back up instead.
Okay, sure.
Just out of board. I think one last seed I was like in a very similar spot to Alexander's spot where I had like the seed full clear waiting on a long shot from my teammate. I was just practicing my bomb hovers over across Simorpha's room while I was waiting.
While one finishes, starts into the Zelda cutscene, the other is finished with it. Lee Harrold, the 3rd finisher off stream. And now the math begins. So this is
3 minutes and 8 seconds on that on 2nd and 3rd. And
never mind 2nd and 3rd. Compare first and 3rd and
yeah, I mean, you're just adding
2nd and
times
4th.
regardless, but yeah.
Yeah.
So 308 and 1358.
Okay. Yeah.
So 17 minutes or so?
Doing math. So this is 32 seconds. Oh goodness. 40 seconds. 1440 between 1st and 3rd, and 326 between 2nd and 4th. So
Yeah, 17 minutes and 6 seconds.
17 minutes, 6 seconds, yeah. So that is the time that Alexander Harrold would now need to catch up, would need to finish ahead of Stuckman by to enable the Freaky Friday Fanatics to still win this race. And not to exclude vgfan here in the results posting. Obviously, we can see both ACU and vgfan, despite being finished, are still doing checks because they are looking for items for their partners. Again, ACU as well as Umman as well, off screen, are looking for the Rudo's letter for Stuckman that will get him into go mode. Well, Rudo's letter and Longshot actually, and likewise, the major advantage that Alex Harrold has over Stuckman is that he already has found Rudo's letter, or his team has already found Rudo's letter. He is done with Jaru. He just needs a long shot. And with that long shot, he can straight away defeat Morpha and be on his way to Ganon's castle. So he has a significant advantage here. But it is all a matter of where that Rudo's letter is and how quickly they can find it. That's a really intense sound for Rudo picking up an item.
It makes sense for what happens next. And off screen we have Lee Harrold making his dips into Stone Forest, which is where I think the long shot is going to be. It's going to be in World 3's Forest Temple. It's like the major like dense location they have left.
And you know things have gone to crap when Forest Temple is a density play. I mean, am I wrong?
Forest isn't dense. It's not that it's dense. It's a or not dense. It's more that it's not a good density per time investment.
Yeah.
Because you get like 80% of the checks in the first 5 minutes, and then like the last 20% in the last 10 minutes.
Where's the line?
I mean, clearly you do Stone Forest whenever it has the item that you need, and you avoid it when it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
It's that simple. Just do that every time. You'll be fine.
Easily. Just go to where the items are.
Exactly.
Five head. You know what the biggest problem is for us on Restream? As soon as Alex Harrold beats Morpha, he will still need to do the entirety of Shadow Temple.
You aren't wrong.
This is a problem.
Yeah, and I think someone was asking earlier, like time-wise, like what the difference is. Like this is the kind of thing that makes the seat take longer, is when you have players like just unable to do anything for like minutes at a time.
Yep.
Like he's been standing there for a good 20 minutes, I think.
Oh, Slayer with the naive hope that Shadow Temple will be merciful and allow us a go mode Shadow. Not today. Not when you could actually go mode it.
Nah, go mode Shadow only exists when you have items left to find. You can't go mode it.
Exactly.
Oh, vgfan has all of GGG left. I didn't realize he hasn't been there yet.
Goodness. Oh, there's a big chest in vgfan's GTG. Is this the answer? No, it's the 37th slingshot. Why is it always a slingshot? Why?
I still want to make a joke setting where you actually add like 30 slingshots to the item pool.
Oops, all slingshot. I mean, it won't change much. It'll feel
Exactly.
just the same, Nath.
Meanwhile, off screen here, Lee Harrold done with the fast part of Forest Temple. Now going on to the slow parts.
The fast path part of Forest Temple, I might add, did yield 0 items. Because of course.
I think it had like shoes or something for someone. There was a big chest.
Oh,
There's nothing.
Man has a big chest right here. Ice arrows. Sure. Or Stuckman even.
Fire the ice arrows at King's Aura. Refreeze them.
Honestly, he deserve it. ACU is now headed into what looks like Ice Cavern. Okay, Alpha Mario is still a minute or so away from the next item pickup in Forest Temple, maybe 2 minutes. We got time.
The slow part of Forest, unfortunately. You got 3 checks that are literally next to each other in rooms, and they all take like 2 minutes each.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, 2 of them are going to be key.
And that's
At least
why
2
we
of
do.
them.
That's why we do 3 key forest.
There's one of the keys. I'd be incredibly surprised if Longshot got deleted for both worlds. That'd be insanely unfortunate. In my experience with like the item stuff, if it gets deleted, like the whole thing messes up, not just like one item.
So Nath, I have a proposal for you.
Okay.
There's a cow that hasn't been checked yet.
Ooh, which cow is this?
You know which one I'm talking about.
I know it got checked on someone's stream, but
I think they all need to do Every one of them. Malon's obstacle course.
I saw one of those get hinted dead. I'm not sure which world that was. Because it isn't always hint on these settings.
was
So
in
we look at
World
our
2.
tracker. It looks like World 3's Cow and House is dead. Looks like World 1 is dead, so only World 2.
No,
Oh,
World 2 has seen it too. Malon Cow is
Oh,
dead.
so they're all dead then. This wasn't on the tracker then.
They still need to do Malon's obstacle course just as punishment for choosing Cow suddenly.
Oh, big chest here in GGG. Well, I think ACU did this already. At least I assume ACU did GGG. I'd be surprised if he did Ice before GTG.
I would be very surprised. Though they might also be metagaming each other to death.
This is possible. We got the boss key on Falling Ceiling for Forest Temple, so onward we go to the basement. It's not here in Stone Forest. Where is the long shot? I wonder if it's like some random cow everyone missed.
So, dumb question. Do you use a map tracker?
Me personally, I do not. I do have a checklist tracker that if I think I'm out of checks, I will double check to make sure I'm out of checks. But generally, I don't use a tracker for that anymore. I do use it for Majora Mask Rando, only because I've only done like 4 seeds of that. I'm still learning the game. Yeah, but at the very beginning, you did use that kind of tracker.
Yeah, I mean, I've been using Track OT for quite a long time, so I can definitely. I mean, I support it.
Yeah, the one I use is Veda's Rando tracker. It's like a web tracker. Well, it doesn't have a lot of the sandies they've added since then.
Nice shooting by vgfan here.
Playing 1690.
Where are those long shots?
Not in the basement, at Forest. If it's not on Phantom Ganon, I have no clue where it is.
Did someone not clear their Sphere Zeros? Did someone not clear their Storm's Grottos? Also, I am just now seeing Fennel thinking up the word Tycoon's Slingshot in the chat, and now I'm wondering what is going on in that evil mind of theirs.
You know, the thing with all the stuff we get added to OT Randomizer all the time, I think I see like the dumbest or craziest thing yet, and then they decide to top it every single time. So I fear for what could possibly happen with some stuff.
Have you been to Deaf Public Talk recently? Have you seen the
Uh,
insanity that is Fish Shuffle?
I have not seen that, and that scares me.
Brother, you want to check that out. Oh,
Does that involve like fish like that you can bottle?
No, there are now items swimming around the pond. Each fish is its own item check.
Oh god.
Including the loach.
Phantom getting down for Lee Harrold here. Was this the answer? It is not. And OOT for them is Bolero, so it's not even for the OOT song. Oh, I see that Stuckman got his Ruda's letter.
Oh.
We have progression.
We do have progression. Then it must have been somewhere in Lost Woods or Kakiri Forest.
It was on Skull Mask. That's
where
Lee Harrold got it earlier for
So
Alexander Harrold.
finally did Skull Mask, I see.
Or vgfan did Skull Mask, yeah.
I see.
Not Lee. Yeah, which was, that is the one benefit that they had over that Alexander had over Stuckman. So this is time taken away.
Yep. Stuck is now proceeding towards the finish line again. Hey Nath, remember around 4 hours ago when we said, you know, they got rid of like 30 chicks. This is probably gonna be a quick seed.
Yeah, that just goes to show how Multiworld can be sometimes.
Oh, it might be time for treasure chest minigame on VGFan's side. It is. Get your guesses in.
I got my guess in. Immediately, yeah, let's go.
I'm still in. I'm out. But Golden Devil
Left,
is still
right. Golden Devil. Nope. We all lose today.
Yep, we all lose. Nobody's winning this seed.
Not us, not the players.
Oh boy. Oh yeah, Fennel's still in.
Oh, I didn't even see Fennel's up there.
And yeah, they lost on the last chest. Dang it.
F.
And I mean, it was a big chest,
Yeah,
but it
just
was
some double
just
Ds.
double defense. So what is even left in these seats? Forest for
That's
ACU,
a good
obviously.
question.
But we know from Alpha Mario's side that is nothing.
Yeah, currently he's head up to, it looks like HBA.
While Umman is currently combing through Water Temple. Probably has only done Water Temple up until the boss key, until now.
Yeah, he did just get iron, so I assume he did water with gold scale earlier.
And hey, thank you for the subscription, Hydrophobic Walrus. Glad to still have you after almost 3 years. Ooh, and Alpha Mario gets to go again on the horseback archery. Hello? vgfan found something big in Fire Temple, and it is the long shot for Alex Harrold!
Wow. It's been in fire this whole time?
Been in fire this whole time. It's been in the big lava room. God damn it!
That's actually insane that it's been that like early.
Because
in
the
logic.
fire boss key was in the boss key loop. It was vanilla.
Yeah, I think they're that's just go mode for
That is
for
go mode
Alexander.
indeed. It's go mode for the entire team.
That was a very good quick heal too.
So Amman needs to at this point be in Fire Temple, but he's currently in Water Temple and just getting started with that. So this could get interesting.
This could be very close. I don't know what left they have to check, but yeah, it could be a very close race.
Yep. Again, 17 minutes 6 seconds is the advantage that ACreativeTeamName have gained. So that is what Freaky Friday Fanatics need to pick up. But Alexander Harrold obviously now making rapid progress towards the goal.
Yeah. So the timings are just an average of the 3 finishes. So between the first 2 finishes of each team, ACreativeTeamName has about 17 minutes 6 seconds ahead. So for Freaky Friday to win, they need to Alexander needs to finish 17 minutes and 6 seconds faster than Stuckman, which that started as he got the long shot there. So that race period is starting to tick down now as he's gonna start clearing things. Not only does he have all of Shadow, he has to age change to pick up Nocturne and then age change back. Oh. Oh, looks like Stuckman got his long shot as well. So it is off to the races. I believe they have enough time, but it is a lot of dungeon.
I think ACTN should have enough wiggle room there though. Yes, Stuckman still needs to do Jabu. Sorry, still needs to do Water Temple, but this should be doable.
And hey, at the very least, we get to both the actual relevant streams are still on Restream, so we're all good on that front.
Obviously, all the other runners in the teams are now in practice mode, so they all have very specifically stopped picking up checks, because at that point they would just be harming their fellow teammate.
Yeah, so basically has a whole the Morpha fights, the age change to pick up Nocturne, and the age change back ahead of Stuckman compared to the 17-minute overall. So I think if you don't count execution going forward, it's probably about 10 minutes, maybe 12 or so.
Yeah, something like that.
So Alexander entered Shadow around 4:17:30, so we'll see when Stuckman enters Shadow.
Off stream we see Amman now actually practicing Ganondorf again. Just because.
Yeah, why not?
So is ACU apparently. Why not practice the Ganondorf fight? You might as well. But yeah, I do not expect... okay, so yeah, Stuck is done with water at this point. I do not expect Alex to be able to catch up enough time to be able to change the result here. But we will see. Stranger things have happened. And basically every single one of our runners is very close to tracker percent.
Yeah, at this point, I think it would take a death from Stuckman to really have a chance, but even then, that still might not be enough. And he also has 11 hearts of double defense. Like, dying is not going to be easy.
True that.
Oh, so I'm sorry, 12 hearts of double defense.
Just vgfan giving us a full screen view of Betsy the cow. All for our amusement.
Okay, so I think I said 4:17:30 for Alexander Harrold. This is looking like a 4:21, like 50/55 entrance, so about 4.5-ish minutes. Just under 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, that's like 13 minutes,
Yeah.
not counting execution, which is quite a bit.
You think we can milk this for any more cow puns?
You know, if vgfan really wanted to give us the cow treatment, we could he could do obstacle course for us.
Oh, he could.
We were actually getting close to go mode shadow. Actually, I know we said it wouldn't happen, but they're only missing 2 keys.
Well, we'll see.
One more key.
Yeah, one more key. This is now
The game
getting
always
interesting.
teases you with that one more key.
This is gonna be a go mode shadow.
No, I feel like it's gonna tease them. It's gonna be like, hey, well, you only need one more key. You'll find it, right?
Right.
It's gonna be on the floor master.
It's not here. But it is a nut
That's his last
crate.
Deku Note upgrade.
More chances for the seed not to suck.
I think we're beyond that already.
Gilded. We don't care. Whoa, it's the
Hey, go mode
smoky
Shadow!
go mode.
Kinda go mode Shadow.
I mean, you gotta take your victories when you get them. Now it's just a 1-minute boat ride, and then we have made it through Shadow Temple. On Alex's side, at least.
Yep, just a quick bridge to knock down and a floating hand guy to kill.
So this was, looking back on it, truly a go everywhere and do everything multi-world seed, huh?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's kind of weird. Like, if neither player did it, but if both player threes didn't like dip out of fire so quickly, they might have actually found might have been a much faster seed.
That is actually true, yeah.
I didn't realize they dipped out of fire so quickly, but it makes sense.
It makes sense. The boss key was vanilla, so they were like both player threes, I think it was, or player ones, were just out of there because like you don't want to spend too much time in Fire Temple if you can avoid it.
Good kill from Alexander there. A blue warp at 4:29:15.
Noted. And that is a final medallion for Alex here. You have obtained the water medallion. No, Alex doesn't need to be 20 minutes ahead. Or rather, no, yeah, you're right, Plastic. Alex definitely isn't 20 minutes ahead. He would need to be 17 minutes and 7 seconds ahead to win this for his team. And unless Stuckman dies to Ganon and Ganondorf several times, I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, we'll see what the timer looks like. It was 4.5 minutes or so difference entering Shadow, so we'll see when Stuckman hits the blue warp.
It's at 4:29:15, right?
Yeah, I have it written down. 4:29:15 for the blue warp.
Nah, it's more like 4 minutes because there is a 1-minute boat ride and a 2-minute bongo fight still to be had, but it is definitely not 20 minutes.
Yeah, if I had to guess, I think Harrold's execution has been good. I think it's gonna be about a 10-minute difference overall, which is not bad. That's like a 3-minute average. Like for all teams, that's a really close race.
For sure. That's water trial done and dealt with. Stuck! We are sinking! We are sinking! This is the German Coast Guard! What are you thinking about? Natheirean is just gonna disconnect.
I did not know Din's Fire one-shots Wolfos. It
Wow,
makes sense.
not even a comment. Alright. This bongo down for Stuckman here. Meanwhile,
Yeah, as well as Harrold did for Shadow, it actually ended up being a very close execution race on it. Like, I don't think they gained time on execution the entire temple. It's about even.
yeah, it's... I mean, you mentioned that that it was about 4 minutes before the temple. Now it is 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Yeah.
Man, the sad part too is if I'm like in Alexander's shoes right now, I kind of want them to finish so I can just like stop for the seed. And he's gonna finish, and then the other guy's gonna finish like 4 minutes after. Still gonna end up losing, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But that's how it goes. It's gonna end up being a very close race.
Yep.
Honestly, I think if Lee Harrold actually rushed like their boss key like and finished Ganon, it might have been very close, if not like a win for them. That's just in hindsight. You don't know where Longshot's gonna be.
Yeah, it was, they were taking the guess, they were making a play, and it didn't work out that time, unfortunately.
Yep.
Right, and
Time
as
the cookie crumbles.
and as Alex makes his way into the salt and pepper fight, Stuckman is entering Ganon's castle. Has to remember still beat the 2 trials. Are they gonna race Ganondorf one last time?
Oh, I think they're setting up to like all kill Ganon at the same time. It looks like.
That's kind of cool.
I don't have a stream open, but I assume Lee Harrold's
Yep.
doing the same thing.
So no, actually, Lee is showing us
I'm still looking at a cow.
Still looking at a cow. Amman, on the
We
other
got
hand,
Ganon, and a cow. I mean, basically, as evil as a Ganon. So.
yeah, Amman, on the other hand, is looking at Zelda, telling him to use the Master Sword. We know that ACU is obviously paused in the Ganon fight, so looks like vgfan is racing Alexander Harrold one last time for the Ganon fight. See who can do it better. Basically entered the fight at the same time. Ooh.
Alright, luckily the miss doesn't matter. He's already finished.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That's right. VG fan was showing Alexander what not to do. That's the strategy there.
For sure. Yeah, Multiworld is quite popular. But yeah, which shows itself in the fact that there are 22 teams in this tournament. Or 22 teams at least in the brackets, so in the Swiss phase. Correction. Fennel pointing out in chat, it's actually 37 teams.
Yeah, the Multiworld tournament is a lot of fun. If people are interested in it, like next year, or just even play Multiworld on the side, like it is a lot of fun to have with friends.
And you don't need to
This
do it
tournament makes you have
competitively.
like a small racing like competitiveness to it, but like it's still like a very casual like event for the most part. So it's a good time all around.
Indeed. And you don't need to race it competitively. Like, Multiworld is also just as fun if you just play it with a few friends. It's just a chill game mode.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of teams out there that would like if you actually like had a competitive mindset, wouldn't make any sense. But like, it's like it's not like there's no stakes in the tournament. It's just to have fun. So why not?
There is Alex finishing with a time of 4:38, 48 seconds. This is unfortunately not going to be enough because Stuckman has just dispelled the barrier and is now on the way up Ganon's tower.
Yeah, the time being 4:55 to beat. It's a lot of time. We would have to go very very wrong for this to go in their favor.
It would need to go wrong in a major way, yes.
Right? Even like a death or two is probably not enough at this point. You need to like die several times.
Yeah, and you don't want to wish that upon your opponent, so
Oh, of course not.
so in this case, we have the unusual condition that actually the team that is all three runners finished first is not going to be the team that wins the race. It will be the other team. It will be a ACreativeTeamName that actually has the runners or has them has. Good grief! It is 2 a.m. and I can barely string a sentence together. ACreativeTeamName is going to be the one that takes the win today. But no worry, this is the Swiss phase of the tournament, so the Swiss tournament system. Which just means that the runners are successively paired with other teams that have the same winning-losing record as they have. So hopefully, even if you start out randomly seeded, which they did in Multiworld, after a few rounds, you should be pretty well situated in a place that
I think the way the bracket's gonna work out is there'll be one team that's 6-0. You'll have 5 that are 5-1 that will make top 8, and then 2 that can be 4-2 after a tiebreaker. And I think both these teams are 1-0, so neither team, both teams are still well fine in the running for the brackets.
Mm-hmm. Alright, Stuckman is now done with Ganondorf. One last fight, one last push for Ganon. And unless something goes horribly wrong, this should be over within a minute or two. So, remember when we said most multi-world seeds also take between 3 and 4 hours? This is very much an outlier. The seed was just bad. The seed had several items that were just in unfortunate locations.
Yeah, the unhinted Ruda's letter was probably a big one.
Indeed.
And plus, 2 teams had AD, which is a little unfortunate.
Yeah, two worlds had AD, 2 worlds required strength 3.
Yeah, it just goes to show that even by trying to tame the settings down sometimes, like, you can still get wild, like, long seeds.
Indeed. Alright, a few more pokes with a Master Sword. 2 more, 1 more. And that's it for Stuckman as well. Finishing the seed as the last racer in the running, but still part of the winning team of ACreativeTeamName. It's Stuckman. I do wonder how much time vgfan truly lost with that crash, and if the result would have been different.
When I look back originally, I don't think he actually lost that much on the catch-ups. I think it wouldn't have made a difference, but well, hopefully it didn't make a big difference for it. But yeah, GG's to ACreativeTeamName. Great showing today on this wild do everything seed. And then also great showing by Freaky Friday.
Yeah, do everything and find everything. Like go anywhere, go everywhere, do everything. And it looks like we are getting them all in here for a quick little interview. So let's get that going real quick. And
your onion rings, buddy.
Sorry.
Oh God.
Kind of like soundboards.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Man.
I love the sound bits.
That was so good. This seed.
I'm not sure those are audible over stream, but those were amazing.
They were audible. But yeah, those were all amazing. GG's all. That certainly was a seed. Good lord.
That was a seed of all time.
I was in BK 50 for like 50 minutes, like 320. I was in BK mode.
Yeah. Yep.
That was stuck too.
You both were sitting in front of areas just waiting for items for quite a while.
Yeah.
Well, what item
were
were
you
you guys
searching for?
missing?
Stuck
You
was
were
waiting
both
on
missing Longshot, and then Stuckman was also missing the Ruta's letter that was on like the unhindered skull mask. I think that VG found.
Oh.
Yeah.
you found it early. I did not find it early.
I hint
I got
at
that,
them
Yeah,
all.
it was the
That's why you
long
want to do it
shot.
early.
I got
I
that
found
at
that
4
pretty
hours.
darn early too. Yeah, I didn't think about going. I took a risk with Fire Temple, and well,
Got
yeah.
burned.
Yep.
got burned.
If Alex did get his long shot at around the time VG finished fire, we actually could have finished all around the same
We
time.
would have won. Yeah, we would have
Yeah.
won if that were the
Mhm.
case.
Yeah, but when you get a vanilla boss key
stressed.
fire, oh man! And when I went through fire,
Yeah.
I could finish 4 more dungeons. Like,
Yeah, that's kind of my thought
but
too.
player
I
one
absolutely
was
despise fire.
it was dungeon rush, man. Player one,
Right.
I finished I went through every single dungeon except for GTG and bottom of the well, including so adding ice in there by 3:15.
God.
Like
Mm,
So
every
VG, I
single
just thought
dungeon.
of something. You know that Death Mountain crater path?
Yeah.
With your hovers? Since fire was hovers locked.
Hmm?
Yeah,
Wow,
and
both skull mask hints were in
Yes.
Lake Hylia, the back of Lake.
Oh, back.
Both of them.
and I didn't
Both
even
more back
bother
lake.
with that.
Yeah, I
I did
didn't
not
go back
bother with
lake.
that at all. So I was like, I'll get Skull Mask on the way over, and whoop, Ruta's letter. Cool.
Yeah, that was the one thing I
yeah.
thought that might save you guys for the time difference between like the first 4 finishes there, but eventually
it
they
was the
ran into both
long
items.
shot.
Yeah, it was just not going through fire. But yeah,
Yeah.
I was stressing out
Yeah.
because my computer never crashed for months. I was like, oh god.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I misread the Goron City path logic. I think I
was trying
might
to
have gotten magic from there. I don't
I was trying to
remember.
figure out that Goron City hint for myself.
The Goron City for player one was player three's mirror shield, so he could beat Spirit to get Nocturne.
Makes
Yeah,
sense.
that
Let me
makes
check.
sense.
Was that linked to Goron? I think it was.
I want to say so. Yeah, I want to say that was what
Yeah,
it was.
there was nothing in the maze, and everything else was dead. So that's probably it.
Mhm.
I just,
Yeah, I'm
but
pretty sure.
that was around the time. Well, it was after that, and I went to Child Goron City, and that's when I crashed.
Oh.
Mm.
So I had to go back. I just skipped the first magic in Hyrule Field and hoped I would get another one. And turns out I got
Got
another
the
one at
other
like
one.
5 to 10 minutes. It was hilarious.
Mhm.
Yeah. I don't know.
I liked for the early magic because it let me go drop off Ruto's letter super early, set Furrow's Wind and Jabu, and just not go back until I had to.
Honestly, Tobias and I kind of cursed World 2 a bit. When we were talking like an hour 30 in, we were looking at like the items every team had, and like World 3 didn't have much, and we're looking at World 2 like you guys have a lot of items. Like World 2 might be AD and finish first,
Yeah.
and then honestly,
But
you guys finished like an hour later from everyone else.
So
yeah,
that's
that was the
within
case.
within our
Yeah.
team. We know whoever has the most items early is going to finish last. It's a
Yeah,
consistent.
definitely.
Usually.
It's a law.
It's the rule.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
I mean, before the 2-hour mark, I had 4 meds, and
And I was basically
Yes.
going through like paths to get other people's items before deciding to dip dungeons myself.
I'm just mad at my computer right now.
I was looking back at everything. I don't think you really lost much time from the FPA because you like you used like the whole 15 minutes, and I don't think you really missed much, if anything.
No, I was able to catch up most of the way. Other than
Wonderful.
skipping the
Yeah.
magic.
And like
I just skipped
it's
Sun
just-
Song too, which also cut down on our time a little bit. So, yeah,
it cut it added
cut
a
a
lot
little more
of
time, I should say. What the heck was?
Okay.
Oh, come on.
Well, weird noise, but whatever. What was it?
Can you maybe, get rid of the voice changer?
No, it's fine.
Nah.
What's going on?
Your voice
You
is
sound
quite
like Mickey
thick,
Mouse.
monkey.
Sound like Alvin.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back to normal now. Why did it
Yay.
do that?
Alvin!
I swear. Oh my god. It just. I don't know what happened.
Says you. I see.
I'm glad you all enjoyed that though.
But yeah, I Lee could have finished a bit sooner, but I made the wrong call with the logic. And that kind of burned me. Kind of burned a bit of our time.
So how many paths? How many Ganon's castles did we get for paths?
A
We
lot.
had 3 in player 1.
I had
Must
3 in player 1. Yep.
I had only one, right? Player 2.
Are you talking about like a path to tower?
Yeah,
Path to tower. Yep.
Okay, I
I
got 2
had
on
only
player
one.
3.
Yeah, World 1 had Deku Tree, water, and
Ganon's
to their own
Castle.
tower, and Ganon's Castle to P2's tower.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like World 2 is what I can see on our tracker. I might be missing some, didn't have any.
I had
Then
one.
World 3 had Shadow
Not yet.
Path Tower. The only one I see, but there might be more.
There was Lake to World's 1 tower.
And I got that pretty quickly.
Oh, wait, there it is. Yeah, I'm just blind.
One of the many strengths that World 3 did not get a part of.
Hmm.
I think on our
Now I kn-
side,
okay.
World 1 and 2 both had Strength 3, but before I got Strength 1.
I know what
Yeah.
happened with my voice, by the way. Somebody in my chat is messing with me.
Oh!
That'll do it.
Was it like a channel point redeem?
Thanks. Yes. All right.
All right. Well,
Well,
GG's on the race,
GG's,
guys. I gotta get
yeah,
going.
GG's.
yeah, that was
GG's.
close,
That
but
was
yep,
pretty
well
close.
deserved win for you
Thanks, guys.
guys.
Thank you for the restream. I appreciate it.
Thank
Yeah,
you all
thanks,
for
you.
joining
Tobias.
us. Thank you all for
the
putting on a
restream.
heck of a show today. GG's,
Yeah, we kept
congratulations.
it close for you. That's why I waited so long to get Rudo's letter and long shot was to keep it a close race.
I see. That makes sense. All right.
Of course.
GG's to a creative team name for taking the win. Commiserations and best of luck for the rest of the tournament to the Freaky Friday Fanatics. And we're heading over to Zelda speedruns now because I said it before. I'll say it again. There's a charity marathon going on there right now all weekend to benefit a prolific and amazing member of the Zelda speedruns crew who is battling pancreatic cancer. The medical bills are mounting, and we're gonna help him out. So, if you can spare a coin this holiday season, I think it would be a great investment to help out Ricky of Kokiri in his battle against pancreatic cancer, and to ease his mind off of the idea of medical bills. And if you can't spare a coin, that's okay too. Obviously, only spend what you can afford. And but we would love it if you could spread the word.